guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on The View, Senator John Fetterman defended his vote to end the 41-day government shutdown, saying he put Americans' needs first, including SNAP benefits and federal pay.
I promise you, this isn't a political game. It is viewed by many of us, but the reality is 42 million Americans now not sure where their next meal is going to come from.
Sonny Hostin criticized Democrats for caving too soon and questioned Chuck Schumer's leadership. A House vote could come as early as tomorrow. Senate Republicans say they'll only back an extension of the expiring Obamacare funds if stricter abortion limits are added. Democrats reject that demand, saying the current rules already block federal money for abortions. The standoff could derail a deal and trigger higher health insurance premiums for millions of Americans next year. A woman is suing an Army gynecologist for secretly recording her at Fort Hood in Texas.
The lawsuit was filed by a military spouse and accuses Dr. Blaine McGraw of sexually exploiting, manipulating, and secretly recording scores of women under his care. The suit also calls out Army leadership. Investigators say they found thousands of images and videos on McGraw's devices, possibly involving hundreds of patients. The doctor has been suspended while the Army investigates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Canada is losing their measles elimination status, and America is at risk as well.
The Pan American Health Organization took action against Canada Monday after the country failed to curb a measles outbreak for 12 consecutive months. PAHO is warning that the U.S. could follow in January if it doesn't stop its ongoing outbreak. America's measles problem began in Texas in January of this year, spreading to New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Kansas, with current measles cases in Utah, Arizona, and South Carolina. The reappearance of measles is blamed on a declining vaccination rate. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Texas State Representative James Taralico, a Democrat Senate candidate, is under scrutiny for following and liking posts from adult film stars and escorts on social media.
I think what this is indicative of is that now we're in the campaign phase, and with that you get opposition research.
Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says this could clash with his faith-centered campaign image if he becomes the Democratic nominee. Pasadena officials and the operators of the Rose Bowl are seeking a restraining order in order to stop UCLA from moving to another stadium.
UCLA intends to play its home football games at the much newer, closer SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. Pasadena and the Rose Bowl operating company sued UCLA last month over breach of contract, claiming the Bruins are locked into playing at the 104-year-old facility until 2044. A hearing on the matter could be held as soon as Wednesday. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump honored America's veterans at Arlington National Cemetery, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier and praising generations of service members.
On Veterans Day, we honor those who have worn the uniform, who have worn the battle, who have stood to watch, whose ranks have formed the mighty wall of flesh and blood, bravery, and devotion that has defended our freedom for 250 years. Today, to every veteran, we love our veterans.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. Here we go. Ready or not, it's time to roll into a brand new day. Yeah, what a day it was. So, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, we've warmed up a little bit. What a difference 10 degrees feels like. 39 degrees outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. They tell us the skies are clear. Anybody seen the Northern Lights? I know that's a stupid question. I know many of you have. Let me start right there. We were talking 24 hours ago about the possibility of what they referenced as a cannibal coronal mass ejection event, a CME. There were 2 X-class solar flares that had erupted several days ago, and the second caught up with the first. That's what you're seeing tonight. A lot of folks seeing the aurora borealis, even with the naked eye. According to spaceweather.com, a severe G4 out of G5. They go from 1 to 5. This is a big one. Geomagnetic storm is underway, following the early arrival of 2 CMEs. They tell us auroras have been photographed in the United States as far south as Texas and Alabama. If it's dark where you live, go out and look north. If you can't see anything with the naked eye, try taking a nighttime exposure using your smartphone. You might be surprised what you see. And I'm looking at some of the photographs here. Even Big Ed in Oklahoma got some photographs. West Oak, Nebraska. This gentleman says the auroras were naked eye visible and shockingly red. And he's shared the photograph there. So far, they say they've had reports from more than 30 U.S. states. Most of the auroras are red, the color produced by energetic particles from the sun striking atomic oxygen in our atmosphere. So, yeah, tons of photographs coming in. And this may be an actual prelude to possibly a stronger event. There was a massive solar flare that erupted this past day. Still waiting for determinations of whether that CME will be earthbound, but this was an X5 class solar flare. Sunspot 4274, which has sparked what they call a ground level event. A fusillade of energetic protons coming from that solar flare. Some of those particles are so powerful, they're actually penetrating the atmosphere all the way to the ground. Again, according to Space Weather, this is a very significant event. According to Professor Clive Dyer of the Survey Space Center, neutron monitors around the world are detecting this, they say. This is called a GLE, ground level event. GLEs of this magnitude are rare. They only happen maybe once or twice every solar cycle, which is a multi-year period. This one is comparable to the GLE of December 13 of 2006, so making it a 20-year event. For comparison, during the 2006 event, passengers on high-latitude air flights actually experienced a peak dose rate of 25 to 30 microsieverts per hour at cruising altitude. That translates to an estimated 20% increase in the effective radiation dose. That's something similar is happening right now. Analysis of today's event will help prepare for larger events, such as a possible repeat of February 23rd back in 1956, which is soon to have its 70th anniversary, and gave a 1,000-fold increase in radiation levels at 40,000 feet at that time. Meanwhile, in space, these solar protons are peppering our satellites, creating essentially a hailstorm in some of the imaging systems, which you just really is nothing but fuzz showing up on some of these monitors there. Quite incredible, the event that is ongoing. And as I said, with the X5 class flare that occurred today, I believe, let me see, AccuWeather said that it was an X5.1 originating from that active region of the sun that has already produced several CMEs. Space weather forecasters issued a severe level 4 out of 5 geomagnetic storm watch for this morning, but another CME blasting out this past day. That blast moving it up to 4.4 million miles per hour. Solar material from that explosion may arrive late Tuesday night or early Wednesday, and could see again another round of auroras across the northern U.S. Before the bigger event arrives sometime on Wednesday. Now, they say for aurora chasers, the timing of the most intense geomagnetic storming may arrive maybe toward midday Wednesday. But if it persists past nightfall, the auroras may glow over dozens of states again Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Northern lights could be visible as far south as Alabama and northern California under the current forecast. Just incredible. Mother Nature is an amazing thing. All right, so step outside. You may see something you don't get to see very often in one's lifetime, even in areas further in the central and southern USA. So let's take a look at our travelers' weather. What do we see here? Another chilly night in the southeast with freeze warnings extending once again well into central portions of Florida tonight. Looks like tonight's going to be the last of the really cold stuff in the southeast. We will begin to see moderation as far as precipitation is concerned. For the most part, we're high and dry from the west coast through the central USA. Still some lingering snow showers tonight. Some of those still putting down some accumulating snow there through north central Pennsylvania, much of western New York. Still some spotty showers extending maybe as far south, snow showers, lighter snow just to the north of Baltimore. But what a turnaround we will be anticipating here. It looks like the return of shorts and short sleeve weather is coming to the central and southeast U.S. for the rest of the week, while millions in the northeast continue to face the winter-like temperatures where you've got the coats, the hats, and in some cases the snow shovels out. Temperatures are forecast to rise significantly across the plains and parts of the Mississippi Valley in the coming days. We could turn around here after seeing some record lows. Some areas may challenge daily record high temperatures. The surge being driven by a pronounced now northward bulge in the jet stream. Beneath the dome of warm air, temperatures at the ground level climbing well into the 60s, 70s, even 80s for multiple days from the Rockies to the plains. We could challenge record daily highs starting today, Wednesday, in Texas and Oklahoma. How about Chicago? After a couple of days where you've seen highs only in the 30s from Sunday and Monday, you're going to rebound into the 50s between now to Friday, then into the 60s by Saturday. Your typical average for this time of year in Chicago would be about 50 degrees. In the eastern third of the U.S., particularly there in the northeast, the cold air is going to try to continue its grip on that region, probably through the upcoming weekend. In that zone, a persistent southward dip in the jet stream will continue to allow periodic quick-moving storms, reinforcing shots of cold air to drop in out of Canada. Such a Clipper-style storm is actually going to roll through that region here today on Wednesday. This system may manage to produce a bit of accumulating snow in the Adirondacks of northeast New York, the Green Mountains of Vermont, maybe a small slushly accumulation on top of what fell this past day. It's also possible some areas of western and northern Pennsylvania, western and central New York. Air may be cold enough to allow for some continued lake effect snow bands on the northern shorelines now of Lake Erie and Ontario. Well, in the wake of this system, colder air is forecast to return Thursday to Friday, again in the northeast. Some lake effect snow possible over Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Another clipper then going to swing through the northeast over the weekend. Similar effects to what we're going to see here at midweek. So the same quick-paced storm, this track in the northeast, you're going to face many days of brisk, blustery conditions, wind chills out there. In the southeast, where you've been dealing with several nights of bitterly cold, once the cold air leaves as we head into midweek, you're going to trend upward through the end of the week and into the weekend. There may be some dips along the way, but we'll see temperatures rebounding to the 60s and 70s in the Atlanta metro area. That'll be slightly above average there for mid-November. On down into Florida, where they've had some chilly mornings. The water parks actually closed the last couple of days. Orlando, you're going to be within a few degrees of 80 from Thursday through the weekend. And those may be headed to the theme parks before the big Thanksgiving rush gets underway. There you go. All right. Welcome aboard. Good to have you along for the ride. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Very interesting. I'm looking at a photo that is shared out of Iowa, where one of the farmers there, Benjamin Root, says this has got to be the brightest I've ever seen the auroras. Atkins, Iowa. Now, Space Weather says his photo raises a question. Is farm equipment going haywire? The last time there was a storm like this, I think it was May of 24, said some of the tractors, the automated equipment out in the fields, acted like they were demon-possessed, which was the result of GPS errors. They say, farmers, if your GPS-guided equipment went off course, on November 11th or 12th. They'd like to know. And I'm looking at some of our listening friends. Hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Good morning. Crazy Ray on board, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 38 degrees. Hello, Pappy Thrusty. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? What? It's not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. I'll tell you what night it is. It's a good night to catch the northern lights. A massive solar flare. Had a co-worker that saw him earlier, and supposedly at 0200 hours, the next round, the rays are supposed to hit the Earth again. Might be visible from the secret bunker there. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Break out those binoculars. Take a look to the north. Hello to Soma. Yes, he says a massive G5 solar storm. Northern lights seen as far south as Florida, Louisiana, Texas. All right, Jeffrey on board. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. We're looking at possible telecommunications, satellite disruptions. Soma asks, are CB radios used as a backup anymore? That's a good question. All right, Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Hope Day, 44 with starlit skies in Flagstaff. Got the plastic-covered freight truck pointed back east toward western Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Shorty rolling I-77 northbound tonight, 32 degrees in Westville, Virginia. He is Columbus bound. Hello to the Beach Bum. Morning, Steve. Beach Bum. First time seeing the northern lights in Florida. Absolutely beautiful. Well, have a great show. Talk to you later. By the way, we're all the way down to 34 degrees in Crystal River, Florida. There you go. Another freeze warning tonight there in parts of Florida. All right, Gilligan, good morning. Steve, fellow listeners driving under the stars at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, 39 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up. Good afternoon, says Larry. 40 degrees, Newburgh, New York. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. Hello to the 15 car. Happy Wednesday, Steve. Northern lights were actually clear to the naked eye here in Charlotte. Pretty impressive. That's incredible. Naked eye, that far to the south. Wow. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Cheers to coffee and beer for one crazy Ray. Buckeye Boy, what do you say? Checking in from Phoenix, Arizona. A pleasant 69 degrees tonight. Didn't have but a couple hours of driving this past day to get to the hotel. We'll deliver in Scottsdale about 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time. I guess we'll see today if the congressional Democrats can get on the bandwagon and stop grandstanding and fear-mongering. Off their systems will be take the vote. Get this country back open once again. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Now, he's referencing the past Senate version. Goes back to the House. They're expecting a vote today, but there is a question mark if enough Democrats might prevent the House from moving forward. I'll give you all the latest on that coming up momentarily. Hey, it's been a while since we've actually made it official right out of the box. What's up, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, well, I guess we better hurry and do it before the news kicks us off. But, so, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Let's call it Aurora Day.
Yes, absolutely. I've been getting pictures here from a few people there. Old porn star out there. I don't know if he's out in Wyoming or where he's at, but he's been sending glorious pictures of the auroras. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of colors, not just red. It has green and violet and all that other stuff in it. There, a whole mix of all of it. So great pictures from Larry there. So maybe I'll see if I can copy them up, if I can get permission and copyright authority and all that. Maybe post them up there. But if I post them on the show page, do you have to pay royalties for that? I don't know. We'll have to look into that. But anyway, so with this solar flare and all that, is like Starlink, is Elon Musk Starlink and all that going to be affected? Around the outside the world there?
Thinking a lot of satellite interference may be taking place, like they were just talking, telling the farmers GPS devices may be acting squirrely, as tractors don't know where to go out there in the field.
And not getting the signal, but here's the real question. One of the tree huggers is going to say that human influence has caused these eruptions on the sun. What have the humans done? What have the humans done on Earth and sent out there for probes to the sun that's causing all this stuff to happen? I mean, somehow or another, somebody needs to be taxed, especially if Wes Moore has anything to do with it, the governor from Maryland. We have to tax people because of this. So
maybe we got to find some way to blame Trump if anything happens to satellites and whatnot. Well, hey, we pause right there. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned 3-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. The hump day. What do you say? 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over. So, yeah, I don't think here in Southern Maryland we're going to get a chance to see any of that there because we got pretty good cloud cover by the looks of it right now. So, unless something happens and we clear out these clouds, so I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Anyways, there. So, did you say something about this radiation coming and out in the atmosphere was going to be colliding with atomic oxygen? Did I hear something about you say something? Atomic oxygen?
That was the words they used. Yeah, for the ground level event that I was talking about.
What is atomic oxygen? I mean, I know what oxygen is, but I don't know what atomic oxygen is. Never heard of that one before. New one to me, you know. But anyways, maybe we can get on our chemistry class and periodic. Is that on the periodic table, Your Honor? We'll have to really look into this. Anyways, so what is going on with the View, Your Honor? Are those women just trying to have their butts kicked and on the air there? I mean, I saw the other day that, was it Marjorie Green, what's her last name, Taylor, MGT there? She was on the View. I can only imagine how that went. I mean, that'd be an interesting one to try to find and get some recaps on.
Well, the big surprise was what?
Now
Fetterman. Yeah, Fetterman this past day kind of laying it on. I mean, he coming right out and telling them, which we all know, the Democrats set up the sunset clause for the Affordable Care Act subsidies. They set it up for them to expire. It's not the Republicans that did it.
Exactly. But to invite him on to do that, I mean, and there's no way they can argue with him. I mean, have you seen people try to argue? It's a losing conversation because the man still wears hoodies. I mean, nobody's ever stopped him from wearing the hoodies. So whether, it's from being, going down there to Philadelphia and just blending in down there. I don't know, but yeah. So I think is it possible that he is going to get an R put around his name? But the thing is, we talked about how Congress works and all that, and if he ever tries to introduce a bill in the Senate at all, it will never go anywhere. I mean, he has bucked this system now so hard that there is no way that he will ever be an effective senator. It won't ever happen. So unless he can get a squad behind him like AOC has, but I don't foresee that very much.
He came out and he pretty much admitted that Pennsylvania is, I don't know, are they considered purple because there is a lot of GOP support. So he's got to straddle the fence is the way he made it sound.
Well, the thing is Pennsylvania, New York, they're kind of the same, and a lot of the states that have these big cities. I mean, Pennsylvania is ruled by 3 cities: Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Harrisburg. Mm-hmm. And other than that, the rest of the state is Republican. I mean, when you go out in the country, it's Republican, and the same way with New York. Once you get out of New York City and away from Buffalo, Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, all the rest of the state out in the country is Republican. And I'm sure you find the same thing in Illinois. You get away from Springfield, you get away from Chicago, and what do you have out there in the country? So I think it's probably the same way. You get to Missouri, St. Louis, and get away from there, and whatever other big state, So, anyways, you're getting too far west for me for my geography class
right.
here. My rubber band don't stretch that far. Anyways, but I don't know. So, so kind of be interesting to see. I mean, as we said just before the break there, who is all this going to get blamed? I mean, are they going to find a way to blame the sunspots and the eruptions on the sun on Trump? I mean, and the interference that's going to be caused. And the thing is that we don't know what one of these big things will actually do to our electronics that we got going on now, and everything is all GPS controlled, and our electrical grid and all that. So anyway, speaking of that, have you now that we've had this election and the Democrats, of course, held out, pretty much it was pretty obvious that the reason they were holding out was to get past the election to try to get the Virginia governor and the New Jersey governor and the New York mayor voted in. This Spanberger, she was scary back when she was running for her congressional seat, that I guess it was, and I was hearing the ads, and then the few ads I heard when she was running for governor. She's going to be a scary one to watch. Anybody down in Virginia there, you just hold on. But she's one there that's trying to figure out how to get as much electricity to go into Virginia as possible because of all these AI centers. And there's actually power lines that are scheduled to try to be developed to come across Maryland through all the farm country of Maryland, where there's already one transmission line that was allowed to go through, and now they're trying to put more of these high voltage transmission lines through. And so the people in Maryland are getting told, well, we have a power plant that's being put shut down, it's past its lifespan,
right.
It's got to be shut down, and this electricity is coming in to replace. Well, it ends up that the electricity that they're going to be putting through isn't going to stop in Maryland. It's scheduled to go all the way to Virginia. So that's really, really getting the people of Maryland kind of ticked off at the Maryland government that's trying to push this to get these lines through. And but it's all for this AI deal that's going on down there in Virginia, where they're going to have these processing centers that need so much electricity, and And I don't know, I guess we talked before there a little bit, I believe, about the wanting to reopen part of 3 Mile Island, and all the electricity that's going to be generated there is only going to be for AI. It's not going to be for the general public, and it's not going to bring down people's electric bills. And if anything, it's going to increase them, because all these things, all these power generation, don't expect AI to pay for it. It's gonna come from your electric bill. And I don't know about anybody else, but I know our Maryland bills, our bill is almost $100 a month more this year than it was the same exact time last year for the same exact amount of usage. I mean, it's not even any more usage, and our bill is close to $100 higher this year than it was last year. So somebody needs to. What is it that Ricky used to say to Lucy? You got some splaining to do?
Yes.
I'm thinking somebody's better come up with some. But anyways, we're going to see where we go. Maybe we can clear the skies out. We got 43 degrees southern Maryland, and I don't know. If the wind wasn't blowing, I could be out there in a T-shirt, Your Honor. I don't know. We'll see where we go. If we come up with anything else wonderful, we'll call back there in the loneliest hour.
All right, we'll look forward to that. They're in Cedar Point. They've got some of the, like the Earth cams. They've got a time-lapse video from this past evening where you can see the lights of the park off in the distance, and then the dancing. Actually see some of the dancing of the northern lights with the greens, a little orange, a little red that came through for a period of time there. Pretty awesome. All right on the heels of Veterans Day, of course. For those in the Western time zones, actually winding down Veterans Day, but a truck driver of 52 years. They did an interesting story on this gentleman this past day in honor of Veterans Day, who hauls his loads in his very own personalized semi, showcasing military stories. Don Kraus first started putting pictures of soldiers and their stories on his truck back in 2014, and he's just kept kind of adding over the years, and he realized how much people appreciate his effort. Interviewed by his local television network there, he said, people pass by me, then they'll actually slow up, get behind me, and then they'll be coming back around. They've got their phone out, taking video of the truck. These are the people that make my day, he says. He's used his personalized semi, participating, of course, delivering wreaths to Arlington Cemetery, teamed up with Wreaths Across America. Said the most interesting trips to Arlington were the 2 years that we did that. We're a part of the official escort to Arlington. The official escort is over 750 miles over a 6-day period, escorting the Gold Star families, those that had a relation on our truck, with around 125 law enforcement officers, making sure we stayed safe on our journey. He and his wife both agree the most important goal of the truck is to teach children the importance of veterans' sacrifice. Remember, honor, and teach. That is the motto of Wreaths Across America. It's about teaching the children to understand why we have freedom in this country. 3 out of 4 times, he said, when I'm at a fuel island, I'll have a veteran come over, taking a look, admiring the truck, and many times we'll get a conversation started, and quite often it might be a conversation that particular veteran really needs. How about that? Hope you had a good Veterans Day. Well, Cap and Ron, how'd your Veterans Day go?
I got to do some of my veterans giveaways today. I didn't think I was going to be able to, but I didn't have my first stop last night, so I got done with my route a couple hours early, so I thought, well, I might as well go get something to eat. So I had Bob Evans first, and then drove to my neck of the woods, and I had to pick up some prescriptions, so I did that. Then I went to got a free car wash, the Works, and they gave away a package of wipes, car wash, and the wipes for the glass were free. And let's see, what else did I have? I went to the doctor, and she sent me to do a unexpected blood work, which was free. Yeah, right. But anyway, so after that, I went and had Chili's. Their that burger, it was okay. It was more than I needed, but it's like a $15 meal for that burger and the fries. You got to pay for the drinks, and of course you got to pay for the tip on all that. But I had to stop because I had to go home and get my beauty sleep. So I was able to do some of it after all. I didn't see none of them northern lights. I think country or Beach Bum might have been seeing things. So,
I do know that
he's over. He's over in a different part.
That part of the South, I think you had to do the exposure thing with the smartphone. It wouldn't. I don't think it was naked eye visible there, but
yeah, I didn't see anything. I've got good clear skies, a lot of stars, 32 degrees at Lake City right now. But anyway, I don't have anything else. I just wanted to give you a report that I was able to keep my my stream going.
There you go.
For the
good deal.
For the Veteran Day freebies. I wonder if anybody else went out and took advantage of all of these freebies, because there's a bunch of it out there. I mean, there's no way you can do it all, but I try. So you know how that goes. But anyway, I guess I'll give a Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, there you go, Cap and Ron. Semper Fi, as you like to say, and yeah, glad you had a good Veterans Day. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so they tell us Members of the House of Representatives, they should all be back in D.C. They were urged, get back here because we're going to vote today on getting the government reopened. Yeah, but with all these flight cancellations, thousands of canceled flights in recent days, actually there are some lawmakers that were opting for other modes of transportation. Representative Derek Von Orden said he was going to make the 16-hour drive from his Wisconsin district because air travel has been too unreliable right now. He said, I know it's going to be a little chilly, but I'm going to do my duty, get back to D.C. We're going to get this country back on track. So the House due to vote Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, the compromise to get things back up and running. Yeah, Speaker Johnson said he expects it'll pass in his chamber as well. So within days, the government could be fully functional again. Relief to workers who've missed their paychecks, families depending on their food subsidies. It could take several days for the air travel system to get back to normal, they're advising, though. Yeah, we know the background, how they've all been divided there. One thing, the deal does not appear to include any sort of specific guardrails to prevent President Trump from enacting further spending cuts, but it could stall his campaign to downsize the federal workforce because it prohibits him from firing federal employees until January 30th. And it's obviously, this will ensure that the SNAP program that's been disrupted will continue uninterrupted till September 30th of 2026, the end of the fiscal year, as they say. Yeah, so air travel, Eagle several times in recent days has been talking about if they don't get this thing rectified, this is going to be screwing a lot of people when it comes to trying to get home for Thanksgiving. And Transportation Secretary Duffy kind of alluded to the same this past day. He said if this government shutdown is not rectified ASAP, we're not going to get to Thanksgiving. Speaking live at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport, he did say this weekend could mark the start of a massive disruption in air travel. He said, I don't want to be Chicken Little for you, but I'm going to give you what I see. So if the government doesn't open, if the House doesn't do its job, I'm going to tell you we're not going to get to Thanksgiving. Beginning again Friday, continuing into the weekend, massively more disruption is expected. Air travel's going to radically slow down, noting that more than 10% of flights would be canceled into the weekend. They started with 4%. They've been kind of ramping up. So with each passing day, it's been getting worse. I think we might find airlines that have to make decisions. Do they keep flying? You might have airlines that say, we're going to ground our planes. That's how serious this would be. Now, for all practical purposes, if the House votes today, that things should begin to get back to normal. But I guess as far as air travel is concerned, it's not the kind of thing that you can just get back to full capacity in like a day. Many airlines have already canceled thousands of flights, scaling back around the nation. Now, even if the government reopens, Duffy said, a timeline to get to normal air travel is still unclear. He noted flight cuts continue until the Federal Aviation Administration sees the metrics improve after the staffing levels stabilize at the air traffic control facilities. We're going to have to wait and see the data on our end before we take out the restrictions on travel, which it's 6% right now. It depends on controllers coming back to work. Absences, signs of stress among traffic controllers who haven't been paid in over a month, made it imperative to cut back on flights in the name of safety. Nearly 1,200 flights were canceled this past day alone, according to FlightAware. The Chicago Department of Aviation reported 125 cancellations at O'Hare as of 11:30 a.m. Tuesday. Not clear how many additional flights would need to be canceled for the rest of the day, but there are fewer flights scheduled, typically on Tuesdays and Wednesdays anyway. 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Travelers face widespread flight chaos as the FAA cuts flights at 40 major airports amid the government shutdown.
My flight was supposed to go out yesterday and I was canceled, so I had to rebook for this morning.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, is another block that they're going to let us know for the next few days.
Tuesday saw 1,200 cancellations and 2,000 delays. New York airports were hit the hardest. Flight reductions are set to rise to 8% on Thursday, 10% on Friday, with snow and sick air traffic controllers adding to the disruption. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary pause on $4 billion in SNAP food benefits for November. The order blocks a lower court ruling that required the Trump administration to release full funding during the government shutdown. The freeze remains in place until Thursday, though a congressional deal to reopen the government could make that case moot. A House vote is expected tomorrow. The Justice Department is investigating violent protests at a Turning Point USA event Monday at UC Berkeley, where comedian Rob Schneider was speaking.
We are in an age of emotion. If you use that before your sense of reason and rationality, then you can be manipulated like the people outside this building right now.
At least 4 arrests were made as fights broke out. Federal officials warned the city and university to expect correspondence over serious security concerns. 3 stranded Chinese astronauts from the Shenzhou 20 mission are safe and in good condition after their planned November 5th return was delayed due to suspected space debris. The crew is continuing normal work and living routines aboard the Tiangong space station while the mission team runs tests and drills to ensure a safe return.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 559 points, the S&P 500 rose 14 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 59 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, the Democrat from Arizona, will be sworn into office tomorrow by Speaker Mike Johnson. Her swearing-in was delayed after winning a special election to succeed her late father, as Johnson kept the House out of session during the 53-day government shutdown. A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law banning land sales to foreigners, ruling that it does not discriminate against Asians.
Well, I think it bodes very well for Texas. I think Texas law will be upheld.
Supporters in Texas, including former state senator Don Huffinus, sees this as a win for the state's similar law, although it's still facing a lawsuit from 3 Chinese nationals here on visas. A progressive group, Indivisible, is targeting Democratic lawmakers for primary challenges following the recent government shutdown. The group says Senate and House Democrats surrendered without securing major policy wins. They vow to back challengers who promise stronger progressive leadership, adding pressure from within the party ahead of 2026. The Alamo Cenotaph has been rededicated on Veterans Day following a makeover as part of a $500 million overhaul of the historic church. Alamo director Hope Andrade.
Cenotaph must always stand right here as a permanent reminder of what this site represents.
Repairs were made to weather damage, and plans are in place to maintain the monument for the future. Remember the Alamo. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
lots to cover as we get a new day underway. Welcome into Hump Day, as we like to call it. From time zone to time zone, we turn the page on the calendar. We'll be looking at the 12th day of November. Yes, indeed, as we close out Veterans Day. Hope your week's going well. And there's the Indiana Roadrunner. Meep, meep.
Yeah, I'll try not to be such a flipper lip tonight. Before I get my subject, you remember last night I was belly aching about going 45 or 45 at a 55 mile an hour construction zone behind a truck?
Yes.
I'll be darned if I wasn't going the other way a while ago. All the way for 10 miles, 45 in a 55 mile an hour zone. There was 2 trucks in front of me and a 4-wheeler. I looked behind me before we got out of there. There was traffic as far as I could see behind me. I tell you what, some of these mental midgets that are driving trucks nowadays need to stay in Walmart and stock them shelves and push them brooms. Not insulting them people, but you know the thing about trucking, and it's like any other industry, not everybody's got the mental capacity to handle a truck, drive a truck. Because you know, people, you know, it's more than just sitting there behind the wheel. I forgot what the statistics are, but truck drivers make like 67 decisions a minute while driving down the road. Now, some people say, well, I don't know too many truck drivers can make 6 decisions going down the road. But, you know, you're going down the road all the time. You're looking around. You're turning the steering wheel. You know, you got to think about the traffic. You're looking in the mirrors. You're making a lot of decisions, you know, unknowingly, because we do that as a habit. You know, it's something we don't think about. We got common sense. But there's a lot of these, I can't say dumb bastards, can I? But anyway, driving trucks, they don't have that mental capacity. They need to keep their asses out of a truck. Okay, I had to get that out of my system. I feel better. But, you know, trouble with this country is we put people in positions that they do not have the capacity, because we just think we can make any mental midget into some kind of a monkey to sit behind a wheel and do something. You know, it's like these autonomous trucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you talk about the GPS and on the farm, and we've experienced that there on the family farm. What happens to GPS if it gets a little screwy? But anyway, with these autonomous trucks, you know, they're not just going down the road looking at the little white yellow lines while they're going. They're also dealing with GPS. So it's got to know exactly where it is. If you have a GPS a problem, well, what are all these little autonomous trucks going to do?
Right,
you know, crashing each other.
Yeah,
we got we got idiots that can't guide a truck. A computer cannot deal with the changes of a situation. You know, it's an ever revolving or ever changing environment when you're going down a road on a highway, in a truck or a car or anything. You know, autonomous could help, but just like on a farm with a self-driving tractor. It is a tool, but it can't do all the corn planting and do everything. You know what's amazing on the family farm? We do soil samples, and I'm not on the farm very much. That's just, I call the family farm as a part of the corporation. But anyway, you go out to do soil samples, and it checks all the nutrients and the ground and everything. That's all plugged in the computer. And when you're planting corn or soybeans or whatever, we plant most all popcorn. But the corn planter is feeding it based on what the soil samples. But here's the interesting thing: we got a huge turkey operation, so we got turkey manure. What is turkey manure? That is the best thing in the world to put on ground right now. That's cheap fertilizer. That's all natural fertilizer. And it smells like all natural fertilizer too. The neighbors don't you know about that. But with the GPS, you're going down through that field, and that's plugged into that tractor and that manure spreader in that program. It's putting down as much manure on the ground based on the soil samples. And when the wagon goes empty, you know, you drive right back over there where you got your pile at. You take the the loader, you load that wagon back up, push the button, that tractor drives right back and turns that spreader on exactly right where you quit. Now, to me, that's just fascinating. You can even do that. But, I just threw that in there. And, I guess I'm doing it again. I'm going down all kinds of different roads. These Northern Lights. Southern Indiana, everybody is posting pictures of the Northern Lights on Facebook and social media.
Yep.
The group page I started in Southern Indiana, that thing is loaded with all the pretty pictures. And and you did bring up something about it was mostly red. I did see some variations, but it's mostly pink, red, pinkish, reddish, purple, whatever. It's pretty. That is something we don't hardly ever see in Southern Indiana. And I was in Missouri when all this was coming down, and I didn't see nothing in Missouri. But I'd seen all the pictures, and my wife talked about it too. She could see it at the house. And it's just amazing. That stuff that used to not see, when I was a kid, you'd see it in the summertime or every once in a while. But that's been a long time ago. What is with these people? I can't dim their headlights. Stupid truck drivers. Anyway, used to see cool stuff when you went, in the northern areas of the United States and you was up in Canada or something. You see the Northern Lights and you see everything dancing. Somebody said it looked like angels dancing, me look more like devils dancing. But it's cool when all them lights are moving around. And I'm watching. You said that the Northern Lights, what do you call that? The solar flare is supposed to come through again, like at 2 a.m. Which time zone?
Pappy had mentioned that, so I mean, he'd be talking like here in the Eastern time zone. So.
Yeah. Okay. So we're at almost 1:13. I got Eastern time. So okay, I'll be out here yet. I'd be interested to see it again because I'll be in Indiana by then. But I don't know why it was so vivid in Indiana. Of course, they've seen it all the way down in Alabama and stuff. But it's fascinating. And while I think about it too, you guys were talking about football last night. What happened to IU? Indiana, IU. You guys didn't say anything about IU. And my wife reminds me about leagues and stuff like that. Now, I like watching a football game, but my wife and her family and my kids, man, they know everything about football and leagues. But, man, IU's doing great. You guys you just dropped the ball last night. You didn't bring that up. And they got a great coach. They're like number one in whatever league they're in. And they got the Bobby Knight of football as their coach at IU. And I just love watching them play because I just love that coach. I mean, he sits there and he's just mad almost. I'm going to say mad. He's intense. And they say when they get into the finals that IU get knocked out right away. Well, I guarantee you one thing about that coach. If he got anything to do with it, IU's not going to get knocked out right away. And talk about that, we got this all this stuff going on with paying the budget thing. Now that's something's going to tick me off when they're messing with the flights, because Thanksgiving is coming up. That's going to affect my family get-togethers if air travel's screwed up. And of course, I think it's the Big Ten playoffs start in Indianapolis on the first week of December. Well, there's family coming in, and we're all going to Indianapolis, and I got a future daughter-in-law. I don't know really what she does in Indianapolis. For some reason, we get cool seats.
Okay.
And get to go to events that whoever she writes for, they like to keep her happy. But anyway, so if air flights are still screwed up, then and my family that lives in California don't get to come home like they planned, that's going to tick me off. And then Christmas is coming up too, and we always get together. The family does. We fly somewhere, and everybody gets together between Christmas and New Year's. And I'm like, I'm just one out of millions of Americans that like to fly. I fly a lot anymore. And the air thing I've noticed this year, and I flew several times, is man, the airplanes are packed. I mean, every seat is full. And sometimes they go down. You go down the runway, and you wonder, we're up.
Right.
We're going to get up because we're fully loaded. And the airlines have packed them. Have packed the planes. Then you got what is it? Is it jet? Which it's the yellow airplanes, whatever they have. One of them's filed bankruptcy, so it's the cheap airline. I don't fly them. I got a son that does, but. So that puts a strain on the system because we got less aircraft in the air now.
Well, let's just let's hope and pray. I'm thinking the House is going to get it reopened today. I mean, they'll pass it. President signs it. I guess it should be maybe a few days. I think by Thanksgiving we should have things back up to full capacity. Let's hope, right? All right, Indiana Roadrunner, thanks so much for checking in. And he made an excellent point when he was talking about autonomous trucks. Operating, obviously. I mean, yes, they have sensors, they have cameras, they've got the GPS. I'm assuming these farm implements have pretty much the same sort of technology, right? Take you back, and this because spaceweather.com had just posted a few hours ago asking farmers if any other equipment was affected. Now, this time of year, I don't really know. Is there much of anything still going on in the farm? I'm thinking the harvest is pretty much in, but again, it varies from one state to the next. But taking you back in time, planting season is a hectic time for farmers. For many, it means working through the night using GPS-guided tractors, planting thousands of acres in a short period of time. Well, that was the case May 10 of 2024. The season was in full swing when the biggest solar storm in decades struck. One farmer, Elaine Ramstad, says, our tractors acted like they were demon-possessed. The Aurora chaser who helped out a family farm in northern Minnesota, she said, all my cousins called me during the day, telling me that my Auroras were driving them crazy while they were trying to plant. Modern farmers rely heavily on GPS, guided by satellites. Smart tractors can work around the clock, seeding perfectly straight rows with precise amounts of seed and fertilizer. When harvest time comes, the tractors can return to exactly the same spots to pick the crops. This kind of precision agriculture has become widespread. I'd say 80% or more of all farmers in the Midwest use at least basic GPS for something, whether it's steer or yield mapping. Let's see. Service manager John Deere says at least 50% of all farmers are very reliant on GPS and use it for every machine all year long. But solar activity poses a growing problem for farm tech. During big solar storms, a layer of the Earth's atmosphere, the ionosphere, fills with bubbles, waves, turbulence, which severely distort radio signals from the GPS satellites. Sometimes tractors and harvesters can lock on, which stops them in their tracks. Or the signal may be garbled, causing them to kind of juke back and forth. May 10th wasn't the end of it. Tractors went off course again during the fall storms, October 6th and 10th. Ramstad was helping her cousins defoliate sugar beets when her tractor started acting up. As the Aurora activity began, my GPS was off by close to a foot. While it was on auto steer, the tractor danced a row to the left, to the right, and then the defoliator was off a row, so I had to loop around and start over. By nightfall, there was no control of the auto steer. Indiana farmer Mike Spencer had a similar experience. He said, "This was the first time I was able to see the aurora. My hair was standing on end from the beauty. However, it did make the John Deere tech dance. When the storms were strongest, my tractor's auto steer system would jump the line, meaning the tractor would make a quick jolt left or right, and I would have to manually reset. It doesn't take a historic solar storm to cause these problems." Now, that was apparently a Category G5 storm at the time, and that's pretty much exactly what we had seen, approaching G5 levels here in recent hours. Hey, it's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, a few hours ago, I printed up the update from meteorologist Ross Ellett, who was referencing this past day's solar flare, the strongest of the bunch so far. He says the largest Earth-directed solar flare yet this week just blasted into space. It will likely create a massive geomagnetic storm when that energy smashes into the Earth's magnetic field. This blast, registered an X 5.1 flare, about 3 times more powerful than the strongest flares we saw earlier this week. Those previous solar flares were already expected to bring us an opportunity to see the northern lights tonight, which indeed have we ever. We don't have an official forecast yet on the new flare. If it produced a full halo CME, certainly possible this could reach at least G4. All right, we'll give updates. A fluid situation. But as we know now, the northern lights, yes, have been dancing, and space weather said that it could continue right through the overnight hours. Still hanging on. What's the KP index they tell us right now? Let's see, 8.33. Down just a little bit over the past couple of hours. It was all the way up to 8.67, solar storm. All right, 26 past the hour. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. What's on your mind as we roll into a brand new day? Well, President Trump issued a number of pardons on November 7. Now, we know there were some involving his associates in relation to the 2020 election. This is directly involved in the trucking industry. It was a Wyoming resident who was imprisoned for removing emission controls from diesel engines. Troy Lake, a 65-year-old diesel mechanic, spent 7 months in federal prison for conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act. Last week, President Trump issued a pardon for Lake. Then Senator Cynthia Lumens, who has brought attention to his story, thanked the president. I'm grateful that President Trump has pardoned Troy, a Wyoming constituent who was a victim of the weaponized Biden Justice Department that targeted him simply for keeping diesel engines in school buses, ambulances, fire trucks, running in our tough Western weather, she says. I visited Troy and his wife at their home outside Cheyenne. I heard firsthand how the Biden administration wrongfully imprisoned him for violating the EPA rule. Another example of how federal agencies have weaponized by Democrat administrations against hardworking Americans. So she's actually introduced the Diesel Truck Liberation Act. Among the provisions, one that prevents individuals from being prosecuted or sued under federal law for tampering with or improving emissions equipment. Hold that thought. Give you more on that coming up. First, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned 3-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership. all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So it's called the Diesel Truck Liberation Act. Representative Cynthia Lumens, written up as Senate Bill 3007, inspired actually by Mr. Lake's story, the 65-year-old Troy Lake. The bill, they say, would prohibit the federal government from requiring manufacturers to install or maintain emission control devices or onboard diagnostic systems, remove EPA authority to enforce Clean Air Act requirements related to vehicle emission controls, stop individuals from being prosecuted or sued under federal law for tampering with or improving emissions equipment, and vacate existing prison sentence for emission-related violations and expunge criminal and civil records related to these offenses. We've shared story after story over the last several years. Diesel shops, diesel mechanics, some of them, what do they call them? The tuning kits, tuning or deleting the emission systems. So, in many cases, getting better fuel economy, kind of bypassing, in some cases, I think, the DEF systems. But at this point, they say it is actually co-sponsored by Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska. But pretty interesting there. I don't know how many dozens. I mean, there's actually been millions of dollars in fines issued by the EPA. And as in this gentleman's case, some sitting behind bars for screwing with the emissions equipment. Well, Pappy, what's happened this Northern Lights night? What do you say?
Yes, sir. Steve, I'll be willing to bet, since seems like everybody's in the betting mood these days, I'll be willing to bet that Mr. Truck Driver probably voted Republican. I bet you the Democrats, the first thing they did, pull up his voting record, see which way he voted. If he voted for Trump, let's go after him. I'll be willing to place a bet. Real quick on the drones and, not the drones, but the GPS. The point I was going to make is that drone I got, I push a button to launch it.
Yeah.
It goes about 3 feet off the ground, and hovers, and it says home point updated. And it'll sit there and hover until I decide to start flying it. Steve, I can take that thing out many, many miles, turn any which way I want to go, take that thing out several miles, stop and push the home button and hold it for a couple seconds, let go of all the controls, and that thing will come right back where it launched and land within inches. It's crazy, ain't it? So I was sitting up there by the old 74 fuel stop right after I sent that message in the Overnight Drive's Facebook page there. And I'm looking and I'm like, man, that looks like that could be the Northern Lights.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a picture and it definitely came out more pronounced on the photo, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I was looking at it with the naked eye, it was like, I see it, but let's take a photo. And then when you took the photo, it was like, yep, damn sure, there it is.
Wow.
So that was pretty cool. I mean, I would like, they weren't dancing or anything. It was just like a pink glow in the sky. Around about 20 minutes from now, our time, I guess we're supposed to have another little peak. I'll have to remember as soon as it gets dark tomorrow, or today rather. Once it gets daylight and then gets dark again, is to step out there and take a gander. Hopefully, we'll see some good stuff. But
I mean, I'm looking at a blurb.
Man, Steve, we gotta get.
Got the from Live Storm Chasers. That's one of the Storm Chaser websites. They posted like 2 hours ago. Said, if you happen to miss the Northern Lights tonight, you'll get another chance tomorrow, and they could be even brighter than tonight. That would be from that X5. That's a massive solar flare yesterday.
Yes, sir. And that 8.2 that you were talking about, it went down to an 8.1 or something, Steve. If I'm not mistaken, I think 10 is the highest scale in that, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But, man, Steve, man, you know me. You guys hear me run my mouth sometimes, but there are signs of trouble a-brewing. Dems are melting down because some of their colleagues voted to open up this government, stop the shutdown. Did you see this damn near riot that broke out at this Turning Point rally out in Berkeley?
They said it looked like a war zone.
See, listen, man. Gunfire being shot at ICE agents, we've talked about that. Trump's fighting back. Listen, this fentanyl coming into the United States, this is a warning to the globalists. It's not just stopping the fentanyl. Steve, 190 people a day die of an overdose. Do you hear what I just said? 190 people a day.
Wow.
That's equivalent to an airline crash, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
If an airline crashed every day and 190 people perished. But news media don't talk about that. Trust me, Steve, I've seen the dead bodies. So Trump is sending these terrorist gang Venezuelan members to Davy Jones's locker down at the bottom of the Salty Sea, and it's not just a message to stop the fentanyl. This is a message to the globalists, man. He's coming after them. Shifty little shifts going to get indicted here. Indictments are coming down. I got some concerns about the FBI, Steve. The FBI has like 40,000 agents. And what I will tell you is that I've seen it firsthand, Steve. FBI is micromanaged very, very tight. So if you got 40,000 agents, I don't know what they got, maybe 10,000 supervisors at different levels. And out of that 10,000, how many are woke? And we know, Steve, we know there's a lot of them that are woke.
Mm-hmm.
That have the Trump derangement syndrome. And trying to get them all out and rectify this problem is really getting to be a handful. I don't know what's going on with the DOJ and the FBI, but apparently they're squashing some of this stuff about the J6 pipe bomber.
Mm-hmm.
And they very well could have a good reason for doing so. That's way over our heads. I don't know. I remember I said something several months ago about Bongino. I said, look for him to maybe resign by December. Steve, I'm telling you right now, if Bongino resigns, there's big problems. Big problems. So keep an eye open for that. These Democrats know they're in trouble. They're fighting. They're like a cornered rabbit dog. They are showing their teeth. And Trump's fighting back. Believe it. He is fighting back, and they know it. Heard somebody say the other day that the game plan was get 8 years of the anointed one, Barack Hussein Obama, in there, followed by 8 years of Hillary Clinton, and we would have a socialist country. And Donald Trump ruined that plan. And they hate this man with a passion for doing so. I'm really worried about his safety. All right, I'm done venting. I don't know if you can hear that alarm going off. Let me try to turn it off. That was to remind me about the O200 peak. For this flare. So I'm down here by the Ohio River. I'm going to make my way north. I got a nice little spot that's away from all the lights and everything, and see if we see anything. So I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. We'll probably talk at you again tomorrow night. Appreciate it.
All right, Pappy. Have a good night. Be safe out there. There you go. 844-844-3388. Let's see what Eagle has going on. Another day. Morning, Eagle. Oh. Eagle has the Well, he doesn't have the CPAP going, that's for sure. Sounds like he needs it. What's happening, Grump?
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like you got a Jake break stuff there or something. First, let me touch on that Indiana Roadrunner. Did he not hear the show the other night? Didn't we talk in depth about the Indiana Notre Dame game? I don't know what the hell he was talking about there. He said we didn't mention it. Yeah, we talked quite a bit about it, as a matter of fact. And yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe he needs to replay that and listen very closely, because we damn sure did. And I wouldn't get too excited about somebody running 55 in or 45 in a 55 through a construction zone. It's 10 damn miles through a construction zone. You know, that's less than 3 minutes longer to get through it. If your day depends on those 3 minutes, buddy, get another job. I mean, that's just and I don't know, man. I don't get excited over stuff like that, because it's just, I'd rather go too slow through a construction zone as to watch the morons bounce through there, so damn fast and, causing problems. I've had my mirror damn near tore off. Well, I did get it hit pretty hard once in a construction zone, just for that very reason. Guys going so fast they can control anything, and they need more cameras in there, set up, or some more cops that can, go ahead and zap their butts and stop them on the other side. It's a damn shame that people just are in such a freaking hurry that they cannot slow down just for a little bit, just to go through a construction zone, But anyway, I wouldn't worry so much about Bongino. I think him and Cash Patel may have a little clash going on there anyway, but I think Bongino's got a different view on how he wants things run, how he would like to see things run, and the exposure that he'd like to put out there. And I'm not sure that breaking down the FBI the way that he may want to do that is something that we really want to do. I mean, they need the confidence to do the job, but we need to quietly get rid of the ones that aren't doing the job, that are the woke, that are the idiots that want to harm, whose politics want to harm the administration. And I don't care if it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden. I don't want to see it. I don't want anybody like that with any kind of political axe to grind in law enforcement like that. So maybe I don't know. I know he got pretty ticked off at one time about he didn't think that they were exposing things fast enough. Well, quiet is sometimes better than just ringing the bell and pointing fingers, because it does tear morale down. And I wouldn't get caught up in that. I think it's just I think they're doing it the right way. They have fired a lot of agents, according to Cash Patel. But, and socialism in this country, we're going to see it in spots. Like New York City, they want to try to push it through because they elected this idiot. You're going to see it in Minneapolis, these heavily populated areas that are pretty much controlled by Muslims. But I would be locking some asses up, Steve. I'm not kidding you. The ones that are stepping up saying, we're gonna do Sharia law and stuff like that. No, you're going to do the laws of the land that is dictated by our Constitution of the United States. Anything other than that is a violation of our laws. And I would really like to see some folks get indicted over stuff like that. It would really just make my damn day. But my other truck was deleted, and I had a head gasket that blew on it, and it had a cylinder drop, and I needed to do a complete engine overhaul on it. And buddy, I could not find anybody to do it. I had to sell that truck for, it was a lot less than what it was worth. I sold it for. I still got, pretty good amount of money out of it, but just because nobody would work on it, they were scared as hell to work on it. They've offered up so many damn prison sentences and stuff like that over this, and And a lot of the OEMs, I called, a couple different shops and talked to mechanics and said, hey, I knew some that had their own shop that, that they worked on stuff after hours. And I said, I'll pay you good to do it. No, sorry, buddy, I can't do it, man. I don't want to get drawn up in this crap. And so I understood that, but why it makes absolutely no sense to me why they've got that kind of stringent. And it all started in California. Hell, everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that Joe Biden and that bunch of idiots that was in the EPA pretty much had CARB as their main advisors on what direction this country needs to go as far as emission standards and things like that. I don't see why in the hell Donald Trump is not suing California right now, because even if I would have not taken a load out to California, they would not have allowed my truck out there because it was a commercial vehicle. Even if I lived in California, right across the damn line, and said, I'm just going home, it doesn't matter. You can't bring that truck into the country. Well, how is that with other vehicles, other trucks, pickup trucks even, that have had that delete going on? The same thing is set for them. Now, I applied. When I got this truck, I applied for that little coupon thing or whatever the hell it is, that permit to go out to California. This truck is a 2022.
Mm-hmm.
It would not pass their deal. You got to spend $35 online, with a credit card to submit it, to spend all the paperwork and everything, and all the information about the truck. And once you hit send, it goes to their little data bank. When I did that, I got an email back less than 3 minutes later telling me that my truck was not up to their standards, that I would have to get an inspection done on it. And them damn inspections can be anywhere from $300 to $1,000, depending on where they get them. So they sent me a list of places where I could get my inspection done at. Where would you think that they would do that at, Steve? It was at competitive trucking companies that have signed up to be inspectors for the state of California. Now, that makes a hell of a lot of sense to me, that I would take my truck, who I'm trying to get a load, or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
A load of produce or haul meat out there or something like that, to a company to have it inspected that is competing for the same damn load. Makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. And they said, no. And when I called them, they give you a number that you can call. I called them. I was number 1,300 and something in the queue.
Okay.
And I thought, damn, it'll be
2 weeks.
Yeah, it'll be a week before they call me back. They called me the next day. They actually called me the next day. I couldn't believe it. And I talked to a guy, and he said, buddy, you're preaching to the choir. He said, we don't like this any more than you do. But this is the EPA. This is how CARB set it up. And he was with CARB. And he said, this is how the powers to be had set that up. And I said, now, it makes a lot of damn sense to me that I would have to go to California, and get my truck inspected when I went out there by a trucking company that, or somebody that like that. They had other places, but the closest place on the way out there would be Kingman and places like that, Arizona, where trucking companies that go in and out of California, they allow to be inspectors. I said, nah. I said, that just, I could just see writing them a damn check for $500, $600, $700, to do the inspection on my truck and do the admission, all the admission paperwork and all that, and then they turn around and say, no, it failed. Try it again. And I asked him. I said, why is it you charge me $35 to tell me no?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they just? Wasn't I able to just go ahead and submit the paperwork or submit everything about my truck online, and then you tell me no? And at that point in time, if I did pass it, say you'll get your permit once you submit $35. A credit card information for $35. And he said, we thought about that. Do you any idea how many people that has failed, according to him? They've had over 3 million fail just off the submitting their paperwork and stuff over line. Over 3 million at $35 a shot. that has failed that.
So they're
and had to go back through all this other stuff.
They're generating a boatload. They're generating a boatload of revenue. In other words,
it's a scam, is all the hell it is. But he said, once you go through the inspection, which would cost me another, whatever, and he said, then you can submit that you passed. It's a pass or fail thing. Once you submit the paperwork for that you passed, then we go ahead and give you the permit. So he said, in essence, that's exactly what we're doing. I said, no, it's not. Because I've done changed my damn mind. I'm out $35. I said, I wouldn't piss on California if that place was on fire. I said, there is absolutely no way in the world that I would go back out to California or buy your permit. If a load paid enough to go out there, I'd say, to hell with your permit, I'm going. If they stop me, big deal. But, it's just, it's a scam. I think it is. I think the federal government needs to go in there and we got the right to free travel throughout the several states. That's in the Constitution. And it doesn't say in what or anything else. And if you're not for hire and you're going out there with a commercial vehicle or with a Class 8 truck or whatever, and they pull you into a station saying that number one, you're going to get a big ass fine because your truck is out of compliance, but you're not out there other than just going home or passing through. I knew there was times where loads would pay us enough to bounce from Arizona all the way up to Washington State. Of course, shoot up I-5 and through California and do that. I mean, when you
and we got to pause there as we close out another hour. But first, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. TEL360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. While appearing on The View, Senator John Fetterman defended his vote to end the 41-day government shutdown, saying he put Americans' needs first, including SNAP benefits and federal pay.
I promise you, this isn't a political game. It is viewed by many of us, but the reality is 42 million Americans now not sure where their next meal's going to come from.
Sonny Hostin criticized Democrats for caving too soon and questioned Chuck Schumer's leadership. A House vote could come as early as tomorrow. Senate Republicans say they'll only back an extension of the expiring Obamacare funds if stricter abortion limits are added. Democrats reject that demand, saying the current rules already block federal money for abortions. The standoff could derail a deal and trigger higher health insurance premiums for millions of Americans next year. A woman is suing an Army gynecologist for secretly recording her at Fort Hood in Texas.
The lawsuit was filed by a military spouse and accuses Dr. Blaine McGraw of sexually exploiting, manipulating, and secretly recording scores of women under his care. The suit also calls out Army leadership. Investigators say they found thousands of images and videos on McGraw's devices, possibly involving hundreds of patients. The doctor has been suspended while the Army investigates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Canada is losing their measles elimination status, and America is at risk as well.
The Pan American Health Organization took action against Canada Monday after the country failed to curb a measles outbreak for 12 consecutive months. PAHO is warning that the U.S. could follow in January if it doesn't stop its ongoing outbreak. America's measles problem began in Texas in January of this year, spreading to New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Kansas, with current measles cases in Utah, Arizona, and South Carolina. The reappearance of measles is blamed on a declining vaccination rate. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Texas State Representative James Taralico, a Democrat Senate candidate, is under scrutiny for following and liking posts from adult film stars and escorts on social media.
I think what this is indicative of is that now we're in the campaign phase, and with that you get opposition research.
Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says this could clash with his faith-centered campaign image if he becomes the Democratic nominee. Pasadena officials and the operators of the Rose Bowl are seeking a restraining order in order to stop UCLA from moving to another stadium.
UCLA intends to play its home football games at the much newer, closer SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. Pasadena and the Rose Bowl operating company sued UCLA last month over breach of contract, claiming the Bruins are locked into playing at the 104-year-old facility until 2044. A hearing on the matter could be held as soon as Wednesday. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump honored America's veterans at Arlington National Cemetery, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier and praising generations of service members.
On Veterans Day, we honor those who have worn the uniform, who have borne the battle, who have stood to watch, whose ranks have formed the mighty wall of flesh and blood, bravery, and devotion that has defended our freedom for 250 years. Today, to every veteran, we love our veterans.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, well, for our friends on the West Coast, while it's a quiet night tonight, get ready for things to begin changing. Today, a potent storm's going to move into the Pacific Wednesday night and Thursday. Drenching rain, heavy mountain snow, travel disruptions to the West Coast, especially California this time around. AccuWeather tells us this storm is poised to bring heavy rain to the deserts as well for the weekend. Before the arrival, though, the warmth is hanging on. But soon after the rain begins Wednesday night, temperatures are going to drop sharply over the Sierra Nevada. Snow accumulates quickly above the passes in northern areas. Couple of feet of snow near blizzard conditions as strong winds develop. Now, Donner Pass, Interstate 80, most of this storm will bring a rain or mix of rain and wet snow from late Wednesday night through much of Thursday. It's during the latter part of the storm where temperatures drop. You will see a period of heavy snow Thursday night. Whiteout conditions, several inches, up to a foot of snow there at Donner. So either way, treacherous travel anticipated over the summer. Travelers monitor the latest conditions. Be prepared for snow-covered roads and even the possibility of some closures there. What a difference a day can make, as they say. Now, Pappy had brought up the weaponization of the FBI this past morning on Fox Business Network. There was a former special agent, Nicole Parker, speaking out about the former director, James Comey, who's right now trying to have his federal charges stemming from a 2-count indictment dismissed. Parker said Comey had politically and socially weaponized the agency, blaming him for its downfall and destruction. First, a judge will soon review the grand jury material in the case against Comey. They want to determine whether or not to give those material to Comey's legal team. The judge is urging DOJ prosecutors last week to do that, give the material over. But the prosecutors have appealed, suggesting the judge, you need to look over this stuff first, yourself. Comey's pushing to get this case dismissed altogether, facing 2 counts of making false statements to Congress and obstruction of a criminal proceeding. We know that he's pled not guilty here, but he wants the case dismissed. You know what? He's all about putting everything onto everybody else, but when it comes back to him, he wants no responsibility or accountability. And you know what? James Comey, those days are over. As an FBI agent, I talk about the 2 FBIs. FBI 1, where the good, honorable agents trying to do good work. And then FBI number 2, the FBI that was politically and socially weaponized like James Comey. And you know what? She says there's nothing more the FBI 1 would like to see than full accountability for James Comey, because he single-handedly started the downfall and the entire destruction of the FBI. He needs to be held accountable, real consequences, because he ruined our entire reputation, she says. All right, so it's 844-844-3388. Where'd we leave off there? Oh, yeah, welcome back, Grump.
Comey, that's what Discovery's about. If they want to see the evidence that they have against them and stuff, that they can look at it during Discovery. I wouldn't have gave it to them either. I mean, that's, I don't know why that judge initially would have said, let them have the evidence, or let them, see the charges and everything, or, prior to Discovery, because that's in a basically a closed setting. It will be, with just the judge and the lawyers and, and Comey, of course. But if he's there, I mean, they may waive it and say to him he didn't have to be there for Discovery. But, that's what I'm talking about. I hope Bongino sees that and he does not quit. But I hope what they see is that, they can clean house on the FBI. They can do it exactly like Kash Patel, I guess, is talking about doing it, and that is getting rid of as many of these activist FBI agents. There's no room for that crap, Steve. None whatsoever. You cannot work for the Justice Department and without calling balls and strikes on both, on every American or every politician. You cannot sit there and look at this as a Republican or Democrat or a conservative or liberal way of conducting law enforcement. You just can't do it. And Comey made it clear that he aligned himself with some of the Democrat Party. He was brought in under it was under Obama, wasn't it? I think, I can't remember, but he it's absolutely nuts that this guy would do that. Now, people are going to find out. I mean, hell, when you start looking back on it and saying what motivated you, or what was the MO of this guy? Well, I don't know. We just went ahead and busted his ass, because he, we didn't agree with his stuff. He didn't even make any effort to fire that, what was his, Peter Stock and that, and that
right.
lady. He didn't make any effort at all to fire them. And it is what would block your very, when you have two agents that says, we're going to stop it. We can't have this guy in office. Well, we're going to stop it, and go out and try to manufacture charges just to lay on Donald Trump. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if this that Russia hoax didn't go a lot deeper than what it's going. If there wasn't a lot more senators and congressmen and stuff in this, in this deep state that signed off on that or actually knew about it, because somebody's got to cover their butts. They got to have backing from somebody. They're not just going to do that willy-nilly on their own and say, I'm going to try to take out Donald Trump politically, without any kind of support from the upper echelon, because it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. What are they going to do? I mean, hell, they're just going to try it and say, well, okay, I did it all on my own. It was, there was no motivating factor. There was nobody assisted me or anything at all. They don't just draw up charges. It comes from somewhere higher than their pay grade.
Right.
And this is what's getting me about this whole damn thing. We got all these committees. I think we got over 200 different committees, and how many of them are involved in crap like that do nothing but lie and deceive and things that they swear up and down they don't do. I would love to see the immunities be lifted off the House and off the Senate floor. If you tell a lie there, that you are scrutinized and can be charged just like any American that walks into that damn place and is offering testimony and say, well, okay, you falsified this, simply because you said you didn't remember something or you misspoke somehow. You know, you can't misspeak in a setting like that, because number one, they'll look at it like it's a lie. There's nothing about it. You know, when I was going to court a lot and you know, over arrest and when I was an investigator, I would have to take in arrest sheets because you can't remember all that crap. You cannot remember it. I would sit there and read over what, you know, the statements and things before I ever went, and, you know, if I got called up to testify, because that's the last damn thing I'd want to do is have a judge go, okay, you just perjured yourself, or having a district attorney, which I worked for, but having a prosecuting or a defense attorney say, you know, the officer lied, you know, right then. Your credibility goes out the window. Well, they had somebody there taking care of people's credibility, Steve. They had somebody there that was looking over their credibility. You know, they weren't that high up in the food chain. Neither one of them, to be able to do what they did, they had to have somebody, like I said, that stepped up there and said, you know, we'll cover your butt. Just go ahead and do it. You know, and then what happened? You know, they turned in to be the scapegoats, and I hope they lock Comey's ass up. Right now, he should be disbarred. I don't know if he's, you know, he shouldn't be able to practice law while he's got federal charges against him. That would be something right there that they need to look closely about. But this is the thing that's happening among people like that, Steve, is the fact that they know the law. They're trying to skirt the law, and they bend every damn thing. So Lady Justice don't know if she's blind or just got one eye closed. You know, I'm sick of it, man. I really am. What happens to an American like me or you should happen to them. There should be no damn gray areas. Everybody should be able to have to follow one set of laws, one set of rules. But they don't do it. They never do. And it's, you know, I told you before, they got the untouchables and you know, Hillary Clinton. You know, look at her. There is, when he stepped up there and said there, you know, no one would have indicted her, you know, over this bull. You know, when you got top secret material on a server, your own private server, yeah, you would have been indicted. I would have been indicted. Hell, I carried a top secret clearance when I was in the military, and it is a pain in the ass that you got to go through, even when you leave there. You know, things that you get out of the military, things that you've talked about, things that you sign disclosures and every kind of other crap, saying that you will not talk about this stuff unless it was declassified. You know, and I don't talk about it anyway because I didn't remember half the crap. You know, I didn't. I might read something and then, you know, boom, it's over my pay grade. I give a damn less about it. But, you know, they pass it around to different duty sections and say, here, this is what you need to look at. But I don't know, man. It's I hope things get turned around in this country and people, you know, we're seeing it now, I think, more than ever because, you know, you can't judge anything off of, you know, the so-called blue wave that they were talking about. Hell, it was all Democrat states. Nobody cares. They were all blue anyway. You know, if anybody red got elected there, it'd just be a fluke. So it wasn't no blue wave. It was just a normal crap. And this damn Mandani, and you know, with all his garbage and everything like that, you know, he was backed by Bernie Sanders, AOC, all the rest of these loudmouth socialists that honestly think that the people wants to follow them. You know, AOC won by 1,300 votes when she beat Joe Crowley. Big damn deal. You know, it wasn't like she had any kind of mandate to do anything other than take over his seat. You know, and it just, I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I think the Democrats are going to fall flat on their ass. They're ready to have a civil war among themselves right now, and everybody kind of predicted this because, number one, people were getting sick. The old guard was getting sick of that new bunch of the idiots that were coming in, like AOC and some of the squad members and the rest of them that were coming in, running their mouths, you know, rocking the boat. Hell, you know, they were doing the Rand Paul thing. Everything was no, you know. So, yeah, they're getting what they deserve, and I would look very, very closely that a lot of these individuals are going to get primaried during the next either in the midterms or after that. They're going to get primaried because people are sick of it, and you know. So I don't put a lot of money in the fact that you know, we're going to flip socialism or anything like that because people just don't want it. You know, you know, if it was that damn hot, they would have sold socialism during when the Democrats had 60 votes when Obamacare was passed, they would have done more, but they didn't. They knew what was popular then and what wasn't. So,
Well, we know that in New York that there is a lot of people that are not wasting any time, according to C. Douglas Golden. A writer kind of splits his time between the U.S. and Southeast Asia. Written for the Conservative Tribune, the Western Journal. He said there's already what appears to be a mass exodus beginning. He said this past day, remember all those rich people who were supposed to pay for the free stuff that New York City Mayor-elect Mondami promised? Well, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that real estate agents who cater to those who can afford to leave the city and who don't deal with real estate in the city have really been having a great week since. You can probably guess what the bad news is. In the least surprising news, since soap was discovered in someone's shower, both real estate agents and media outlets are reporting that upper-class New Yorkers are looking to exit the city, even to Connecticut, which is not really a place known for the low cost of living or taxes. But it is known for one thing, being Mondami-free, something that makes it livable without having to pay through the nose for the privilege of getting mugged by someone who probably won't even be arrested by a social worker who's dispatched to deal with the situation if Zoran gets his way. The New York Post reported that realtors in Greenwich said that their open houses are packed. Selling prices are going through the roof after Mondami's win sparks fears over everything from unsafe city buses to an economic meltdown. Every lot, he says, is desirable in Greenwich now. One broker with Berkshire Hathaway, Mary Haven, says Greenwich is extremely stable. People are confident. The winds of change that are happening down there in New York City are not happening up there. She said she's looking at 50 or 60 parties for a colonial home in that pricey suburb, which is 3 times the number of people, looking to come to an open house sort of thing. The people leaving New York City are not like the people that left New York 4 or 5 years ago, according to another realtor. They're not the ultra-rich that are going to keep their apartment in Manhattan and just buy another place here and another place there. These are people that are selling their apartments in New York City and moving their families to Greenwich, Connecticut. Now, his evidence, he said, a house that sold for $2.5 million this past week, over $500,000 more than the actual asking price. Meanwhile, in the Coscob neighborhood, one of the interior designers there said the local housing market is screaming here. It's hot. Places are selling for more than they're worth. My friend put a house up last Friday. Within 12 hours, by Monday morning, he had 90 offers. That ain't normal. That ain't good. I don't think this looks good for New York City. All right, the financial reasons for leaving are obvious, especially given that Mondami proved on election night that he meant what he said, opening his victory speech with a quote from the early 20th century U.S. presidential candidate and socialist agitator Eugene Debs. Apparently, he was desperate to get in front of the inevitable New York Post front page headline when it came to his victory. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by every grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they've worked for and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. Yeah, most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the rent. We're going to make buses fast and free. We're going to deliver universal child care. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to have to do it without a lot of people who would actually pay for all that. And not just because of the price. You know, the major thing that's going to affect people would be something as simple as free bus tickets. As bad as that sounds, according to one broker, that brokers real estate in Manhattan and Brooklyn, if people feel unsafe sending their kids across town on the bus every day, or if they have to switch to private car services or Ubers, or their parents driving them, that's going to be the number one driving force. In other words, unsafe and more expensive. Who could refuse that? Who could refuse to get the hell out? All right, he signs off. Don't say we didn't warn you, Gotham. You and Mondami are on your own now. I don't know. Any buyer's remorse forthcoming? All right, coming up, we'll get to Philip checking in. Looks like Bert's on board down in San Antone. Meanwhile, the president posting this past day, Truth Social. I'm proud to announce that Chicago, Illinois, despite all the radical opposition and obstruction we have from the mayor and the governor, have seen car theft, shootings, robberies, violent crime, everything else drop dramatically since the launch of the Homeland Security Operation Midway Blitz only weeks ago. Shootings are down 35%, robberies down 41%, carjackings down almost 50%. This is just a small initial federal force, not the full surge we've done in Chicago and Memphis. As we ramp up more arrests and assets, these numbers will continue to drop. This has been achieved despite the extraordinary resistance from Chicago and the radical Democrat leadership and the constant violent left-wing terrorism against ICE officers and federal agents that insurrectionist Democrat officials refuse to stop or prosecute, including constant physical assault and attempted assassination. Is it just a temporary thing, or are they maybe getting some of the worst off the streets and things beginning to improve? Time will tell. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned 3-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Drummer Girl. Checking in. 39 cloudy in northeast Philly tonight. Safe travels, everyone. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is, 15 days till Thanksgiving. 43 days till Christmas. And yes, 129 days till spring. Are you ready? Rolling back from my store after a drop and hook. Got a wonderful night for trailer trucking, with the aurora lighting up the night sky and the clear, slightly warmer weather. And of course, now the moon making an appearance. Congratulations to our cartoon character Renegade for bagging a buck earlier today. We're clear and breezy, 42 degrees somewhere in southern Indiana. All right, hello from Bob in Michigan. UPS, Rockford Airport, still adjusting to aircraft grounding, according to Ken. My daughter did 10 and a half hours last night working load planning on the airline side. All right, my work days are not predictable. Meanwhile, head on down to Florida. Any warmer this hump day, or is it still mighty chilly out there?
I'll tell you what, Steve, I got this little new car, or I should say newer car. It's going down the road a while ago, and it says, freeze warning. Freeze warning. It came up on my dash here, you know, the collision avoidance stuff and all that they've got in these new cars, and I'm like, it's 39 degrees outside. What the heck is going on with this? It ain't that bad right now. Where I'm at now, we're like 42. I'm down here by Altamont. And yesterday we got down, I believe it was about 36, 37, with the wind chill being about 29. We had some pretty good wind, 15, 20 mile an hour winds what we had yesterday morning. And I was outside at the monorail station. I was on the elevated part, so we're about 20 foot up off the ground. And it's a little bitey, Steve, but that's part of the job, and you got to deal with it. Sat in that for about 4 hours, you know, and it's just the way it is. I mean, I lived in Illinois for over 10 years. I'm used to the cold. I can handle sub-zero. It's funny, though, down here in Florida, and, you know, I'm from Florida, and I never really noticed it when I grew up down here, but everybody gets down below 60 degrees, and everybody starts freaking out. You know, it's getting cold, you know, and it's just one of those things. I can deal for a day or two, and we'll get back going where we're going to. So, but you're talking about all this solar flares and all this stuff hitting the earth. Steve, I think the magnetism in the earth has changed. Look at our hurricane season this year so far. Look at the way the storms have been moving. I mean, sure, it's all done on wind and, you know, where things are going and high pressures and low pressure and all this stuff. But I believe the earth is going through a change. I believe the sun has went through a change to make that stuff come to us. It's just one of those cycle things. Everybody says global warming and all this other stuff, but I think everything goes through cycles.
We're now.
You're going to have cycles where you're going to have.
We're in the peak. I think.
You know?
I think this year and next, 2026. We're technically like in the peak of this particular solar cycle. So we're going to see more of this over the next year, and then things begin to trend downward as far as coronal mass ejections and sunspots and all that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's all cycles. Everything goes through cycles. It goes ups and downs like this. The one thing that they are going to have to work on, like you were talking about earlier, I heard a little bit about the tractors going crazy and stuff like that. When we do get in, if we ever get to that point where a lot of stuff's autonomous and a lot of stuff's relying on computers, is totally reliant, we're going to have to worry more about shielding things. And that's shielding from those kind of things happening. And it can be done. There's probably a lot of technology out there right now that's learning how to shield electrical interference. And I know it's out there. And that's one thing that we're going to have to look into. Is the autonomous stuff going to happen? It probably will eventually. I mean, it's not as fast as everybody thinks it is. I mean, we're still developing a lot of technology on learning how to steer and brake a vehicle. I know that's out there. I've seen it with the trucks. What you were talking about earlier with tractors is they do field mapping. They can send a drone up, field map, get their data from the field. That information can be downloaded into the instruments in the tractor that are going to run it. And whether you're planting or harvesting or whatever, I mean, combines can drive themselves, Steve. It's already out there. I mean, we see that all the time. That's been out there for years, you know. line it up on the rows and get it going. If the big thing is, you got to make sure that everything is set correctly, and that's the human element that still has to be in the system, and that's what a lot of it is. And it's the same way with the autonomous trucks. It's going to be the same way. The human element is still going to be in there for a long time because somebody has to watch it inside the vehicle. Now, will it get to the point where we're unmanned? Maybe so, but I don't think it's as quick as everybody thinks it is. Even though that we can take a rocket and take off from a point and go straight to a space station now, and that thing go fully autonomous. That's being done right now by SpaceX and China and different places and different entities. So, what's your feelings on the grounding of all these MD-11s there, Steve?
Based on what we see about the one that went down and the fact that there were structural, I guess, cracks and major repairs made on it here just a few months ago, I think it was. Obviously, the same issues could exist on planes, I guess, of that age. That one was, 34 years old, I think.
Yes, it was. What's going to happen is the airworthiness directive has already been out. And what that is that's basically where the FAA says that airplane goes to the next stop or wherever it's at, it sits. Even if it's taxied out to a runway and they get that message as they're getting ready to take off, they have to come back. What's going to happen with a lot of those airplanes is they're going to go through a lot of inspections. Some of them, if they see evidence of a lot of cracking or a lot of corrosion or different things going on, they're going to be more in-depth inspections with those airplanes. Do I think that airplane's going to get back up in the air? No, I don't. If it's going back in the air, it's going to be ferried somewhere, and it's probably going to be taken apart. Those airplanes have outlived their age. But just think about this, Steve. We rely on one airplane all the time to protect us here in America. It's been protecting us for a long time. You know what a B-52 is?
Absolutely.
That B-52, they're going to fly them things way longer than what these MD-11s flew. You know, they've been flying for a long time. But the maintenance programs on those airplanes is very stringent, and they're kept on top of a lot. And Boeing's going to have a lot of woes with this one. I think they adopted something from McDonnell Douglas they didn't think they would get. The big thing that I'm hearing is this plane has a lot of history, and that history is not good. You look at the situation in Chicago back in 1979 with a DC-10, which was the predecessor of this airplane. So it's going to be pretty bad. Have you heard any more about the cleanup and all that, Steve, in Louisville?
Actually, not really. No, haven't heard any updates per se.
Okay, so the other day I saw a press conference with the mayor, and he was talking about this company. It's called MDS. And I guess this company came in when the firefighters went in, this company went in too. And the reason being is they're a hazmat company that works on cleaning hazmat. And this cleanup was going as the firefighters were fighting fires, because the city of Louisville and all them has this company on hold all the time in case something like this happens. And they're talking now that the environment is going to benefit from it because they did not let a lot of stuff get into the Ohio River. There's a lot of places in where that plane went down at. Steve, there was 3 foot of oil deep in some spots.
Wow.
That never got burned up from that fire. And they put it in a containment watershed that had not been opened up. This company, MDS. And they're working with another company right now that UPS has hired, a private company. And they want to keep that from going in. And a lot of people don't know is the EPA was immediately there. And they talked a lot about the EPA and a lot of the different entities in the government there, the state government, that brought in a lot of companies just doing different things. These guys, when they went to go restore the power, they couldn't just like go out there and string the line up and go. It wasn't that way. I mean, when you've got debris and you've got all kinds of, oil, and there was still that aviation fuel that was not burned up, that they had to get rid of it. I noticed on the cleanup, they had a lot of those vac trucks in there. They were backing out a lot of stuff. And it's going to be a long time for that area to get back. And, I feel for all the folks that, give my condolences to all the folks that lost their family and the crew and all that, but there was a lot of things in that situation that I seen. I mean, every minute of that deal is documented on film. Some of the film that I've seen just on YouTube of, different sections of the crash, I mean, you can detail it right there. The NTSB is probably having a field day with that stuff, looking at it. And it just goes to show you, man, with technology today and these telephones and what everybody's doing, something big like this happens, you can get every second of it on tape, But UPS is going to be hurt because right now they just lost 9% of their planes. That's a lot of equipment. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah. So how much is that going to slow down the likes of deliveries? I mean, any idea when they ground the planes, how long does it take to go through the inspection process and give them the approval to get back in the air? Is it days or weeks or?
Well, just to put you in perspective, you remember that 737 MAX plane that was out?
Oh, yeah.
What was it, about a year or two ago? Look how long those airplanes sat out for the airlines. And see, now this is where things get crazy. And I saw an analyst on this on YouTube talking about this. Okay, so if you have you do not diversify your fleet, whether you have with airplanes or whatever, and you have, like, say, with airplanes, especially if you don't diversify your fleet and you have one style of airplane, take, for instance, Southwest Airlines. They have the 737 airplane as their primary, that's their fleet, pretty much. If that plane goes down on an airworthiness directive, an emergency one, you could put yourself out of business. Now, UPS has almost 10% of their fleet is on that. So what do they got to do? They got to go find other carriers, just like trucking. When you have trucks down, you got to find somebody to haul those loads. You're going to go to somebody else. And that's what UPS is going to do. They're going to look at other carriers like Coletta. There's Quantum. There's a bunch of different airlines or cargo carriers out there that are going to make some money off of this. I heard that FedEx lost 6% of theirs. So 6% of their fleet are those MD-11s. That's a lot of, 6% don't sound like much to the average person, but when you're in business and you're transiting a lot of money like they are, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. And you guys were talking earlier about the airlines with the shutdown and the flights that are being cut off on the shutdown. Now, 10% of the flights that go across America are cut when this is done. That's a lot of stuff. And guess what's going to go up, folks? Your supply and demand. So your airline ticket ain't going to be $200 anymore, Steve. It's going to be triple that in some instances. So you think about all the folks that fly commercially that have business to do. Not everybody has a Learjet executive jet. You think about all the people during Thanksgiving and Christmas. Okay, it's a busy time of the year for the airlines. It's going to be kind of crazy with that stuff. I got a friend I talked to over the weekend who's planning a 17-hour car trip because he doesn't think his flight's going to be there to go to Thanksgiving. So, it is what it is. But hindsight's 20/20, and that's all I got today, buddy, and I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Thank you much, Philip. Have a good morning in Florida.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, let's head on down to San Antone. See what Bert has going on.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Hello, Bert. Doing well.
Hey, greetings and salutations to everybody. And I know my mom always used to say I was a day late and a dollar short. And I'd like to say thank you to all the veterans.
Absolutely. As we close out Veterans
Are you there?
Day. Well, you're one of those veterans, too. Thank you, Bert, for what you did over the years.
Well, I told everybody from Texas I did it for the beer, the broads, and the briskets.
Okay.
But what I was telling, I heard you when I first come on because I got an alarm. It wakes me up at midnight if I fall asleep from my insomnia. And I heard a guy talking about, I think it was the guy from Indiana. And it was like, it's very true. It's like if you're hauling a tank down the road and somebody's weaving and bobbing in front of you, they don't even realize how much time it takes to stop. And that's all what I have to say about that.
Okay.
About the Aurora Borealis, I would definitely love to see it down here in San Antonio, but I figure if the magnetic field goes that screwy that I get to see it down here in San Antonio, I think we're all screwed.
You know, I think as far south as San Antone, it was not visible to the naked eye earlier. Yeah, going back several hours ago, but yeah, I think there were actually some photographs taken, maybe catching at least a glimpse of the Northern Lights. I mean, yeah, I'm seeing that they're saying that this has been considered a historic event. But yeah, of course, now they're saying tomorrow night, could be stronger. That because I guess that's when the X5 point whatever it was 5.1 solar flare this past day. Yeah, that one's moving like at 4 million miles an hour. Yeah, some of the charged particles right after the explosion were, but As far as the CME itself, that's astounding. We'll see. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break here. Pilot Travel Centers has been presenting their Road Warrior Award for more than a decade, established to recognize professional drivers for going what they call the extra mile to keep the nation moving. This year, a pilot awarding the largest prize in the history of the Road Warrior contest, which was a custom Kenworth truck and $50,000 cash prize. Pilot selected Stacy Batiste of Lafayette, Louisiana, who's actually an OIDA member, as the 2025 Road Warrior out of thousands of nominations. Batiste is a Marine Corps veteran with over 3 decades experience as a professional driver. Now an owner-operator, began his trucking career hauling sugarcane in Louisiana. He serves as a mentor to young drivers active in local community activities. But during a stop at the Flying J in Baytown, Texas, Batiste was surprised with the news he'd won by pilot representatives, his family, and the Diesel brothers who actually customized the truck that he was presented. Pilot also honored Bobby Peaker, a driver with more than 1 million crash-free miles. Peaker, also a Marine Corps veteran, participates in truck show events that support Special Olympics and regularly volunteers to support active military personnel. He was awarded a $10,000 cash prize. Pilot is also making a $25,000 donation to a charity of his choice that supports veterans. How about that? All that announced, of course, on Veterans Day this past day. Congratulations, though. New truck and $50K to boot. Meanwhile, TEL gets you the factory warranty truck you need with the maintenance support to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Travelers face widespread flight chaos as the FAA cuts flights at 40 major airports amid the government shutdown.
My flight was supposed to go out yesterday and I was canceled, so I had to rebook for this morning.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, is another block that they're going to let us know for the next few days.
Tuesday saw 1,200 cancellations and 2,000 delays. New York airports were hit the hardest. Flight reductions are set to rise to 8% on Thursday, 10% on Friday, with snow and sick air traffic controllers adding to the disruption. The Supreme Court has extended a temporary pause on $4 billion in SNAP food benefits for November. The order blocks a lower court ruling that required the Trump administration to release full funding during the government shutdown. The freeze remains in place until Thursday, though a congressional deal to reopen the government could make that case moot. A House vote is expected tomorrow. The Justice Department is investigating violent protests at a Turning Point USA event Monday at UC Berkeley, where comedian Rob Schneider was speaking.
We are in an age of emotion. If you use that before your sense of reason and rationality, then you can be manipulated like the people outside this building right now.
At least 4 arrests were made as fights broke out. Federal officials warned the city and university to expect correspondence over serious security concerns. 3 stranded Chinese astronauts from the Shenzhou 20 mission are safe and in good condition after their planned November 5th return was delayed due to suspected space debris. The crew is continuing normal work and living routines aboard the Tiangong space station while the mission team runs tests and drills to ensure a safe return.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average soared 559 points, the S&P 500 rose 14 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 59 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva, the Democrat from Arizona, will be sworn into office tomorrow by Speaker Mike Johnson. Her swearing-in was delayed after winning a special election to succeed her late father, as Johnson kept the House out of session during the 53-day government shutdown. A federal appeals court has upheld Florida's law banning land sales to foreigners, ruling that it does not discriminate against Asians.
Well, I think it bodes very well for Texas. I think Texas law will be upheld.
Supporters in Texas, including former state Senator Don Huffinus, sees this as a win for the state's similar law, although it's still facing a lawsuit from 3 Chinese nationals here on visas. A progressive group, Indivisible, is targeting Democratic lawmakers for primary challenges following the recent government shutdown. The group says Senate and House Democrats surrendered without securing major policy wins. They vow to back challengers who promise stronger progressive leadership, adding pressure from within the party ahead of 2026. The Alamo Cenotaph has been rededicated on Veterans Day following a makeover as part of a $500 million overhaul of the historic church. Alamo director Hope Andrade.
The cenotaph must always stand right here as a permanent reminder of what this site represents.
Repairs were made to weather damage, and plans are in place to maintain the monument for the future. Remember the Alamo. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, another hour just like that as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome to Hump Day, midweek. Here it is. Grump addressed it when he called earlier. Big Ed trying to give me an ass ration. Damn, Steve, are you a knot on a log? Grump and I talked Indiana up. Don't you pay any attention when we're talking about football? Guys, I thought he was referencing Eagle, because Eagle was talking football last night. I don't think he brought up anything about Indiana, but I definitively recall talking about Indiana because, Ed, I asked you Friday first if you thought it was a trap game with Indiana and Penn State. And then, of course, Monday morning, I kind of came back to that. I asked Ed. It kind of almost turned out to be a trap game for Indiana with Penn State. Yeah, and you talked about Notre Dame, right? Coming up. I don't know. Who was he referencing? But I do see that the headlines from the Big Ten Network. It looks like Indiana and Ohio State are on a collision course for the Big Ten title game. Yeah, they're breaking down how the two undefeateds got there and what they've got left on the schedule. Coming up, I guess Indiana's got, Wisconsin, a bye week in week 13, followed by Purdue. Looking here, what do we see? Ohio State. And they got UCLA, Rutgers. Then, of course, there's that Michigan game. That's the one that Ed keeps throwing up that could throw a monkey wrench into Ohio State's plans. What are they, 3-4? Michigan versus Ohio State. Michigan's won, I'm thinking it's 4 in a row. Some of the comments, Larry said both Indiana and Ohio State will win out, play for the Big Ten championship. Michigan's just hoping for a miracle to beat Ohio State. They're pretty confident for an average team, but the Buckeyes are on track to win back-to-back championships. Michigan will be watching from the couch. Okay. Braden says, hey, Indiana played their toughest teams away. Ohio State played them all at home. Well, we know environment matters. Okay. Meanwhile, Horse Feathers back on board. Welcome back.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Boy, I tell you, I know my geography is a little limited, but we gotta get you out, Your Honor. We gotta get you out more and see places and keep you from getting in trouble. Like if you decide to go visit Big Apple there to take in the Macy's parade and stuff and do Christmas shopping, and you get down there and you go to Greenwich Village, You down there calling it Greenwich, they might not be real happy with you, Your Honor.
Greenwich?
I don't know. Probably the
Greenwich.
Yeah,
Greenwich.
Have you ever heard of Greenwich?
I've heard.
Haven't you ever heard of?
But spelled with a G-R-E-E-N?
That's the way you spell it, yeah.
G-R-E-E-N.
Yep.
But it's pronounced Greenwich.
Yep.
Okay.
Greenwich. Yep. Just like Connecticut. It's Greenwich, Connecticut. It's not Greenwich. It's Greenwich. So that is a part of the geography I do know. Yeah. Anyway. So
Greenwich is hot right now. That's all I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And probably it's Greenwich, Connecticut. It's probably hotter than Greenwich, New York City.
Well,
even.
I think they're talking Connecticut. They were referencing Greenwich, Connecticut, or Greenwich, Connecticut.
Okay. Greenwich. No, that's Greenwich. That's Greenwich there too. Just like you call an Ephrata, get Spaceman all, his tail feathers all in a ruffle there by calling it Ephrata. But anyways, yeah. So it's Greenwich, Connecticut. Yeah, I'm sure that whole lower southwest corridor there in Connecticut, from New Haven all the way down that 95 corridor down through there, and Greenwich and Stamford and all that. That was always a big thing. Back in the day when I first started, that used to be I-95 used to be a toll road up through there. They actually took toll roads off it, but it was a toll road that was set up that you actually had to stop and throw quarters into a basket to get the arm to come up. They had arms in that, and you had to drive in and throw the quarters in the basket and wait for the arm to come up. And oh my, it was terrible. And but they got that straightened out, got rid of those little toll things. But way back in the day. But anyways, hey, I saw a video on Facebook, and I know it's just a funny thing, but anyways, it was this cop that had stopped this older woman who was driving, and he comes up to her window and says, do you know why I pulled you over? And she says, no, I don't know why, you're officer there. I was driving 22 miles an hour, just like the sign said. Officer says, well, you're on Route 22, ma'am, and the speed limit isn't, that's the route number, not the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, just be a little more careful and pay attention to the signs. And he starts to walk away and stops and starts turning back up to the driver's side window. But he noticed that she had 3 passengers in the back seat there, and they were sitting there kind of frozen, and their hairdo kind of looked like Grandmama's there on the Addams Family. You remember what Grandmama, the little elderly lady on the Addams Family, and her hairdo there? Well, that's kind of what their hairdo looked like on this deal there. And he goes, are your passengers okay? And she says, yeah, they'll be all right. We just got off Route 119.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor. Hey, with that, well, we still ain't got rid of our clouds. There's still clouds out there, so we don't see no northern lights or aurora borealises or whatever they are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I got to get to a darker area and get my phone out and see if we can see it on the phone.
I think the
last time we did it.
I think the best of the show is over for tonight. I'm not seeing any jump in the KP index back up, but I may be wrong. But tomorrow night I'll have to wait and see what space weather has to say for 24 hours from now, maybe. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Hello to Billy checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Jason, morning, passing through Wellsburg, Iowa. Clear skies, 41 degrees, dry roads tonight. Got a load of alfalfa headed to Kentucky. Be safe out there, listening family. Jerry, there in Kokomo, Indiana, said we had the Northern Lights big time earlier. I bet you did, yeah. Meanwhile, executives from Ford Motor Company praising President Trump's expanded auto tariffs, saying this will ensure that manufacturing in the United States is no longer a disadvantage for American companies. Last month, when the president announced a 25% tariff on imports for medium and heavy-duty trucks and truck parts, like large pickup trucks, moving trucks, cargo trucks, dump trucks, tractors for 18-wheelers. In a recent earnings call, Ford CEO Jim Farley thanking the president for the newly announced tariffs, saying, quote, "I'd like to thank President Trump and his team for the recent tariff policy developments, which are favorable to Ford as the most American auto manufacturer. In addition, tariffs leveling the playing field for those imported medium and heavy-duty trucks is a positive for Ford because we're no longer disadvantaged for building every one of our Super Duty trucks here in the United States." Likewise, Ford placed an ad campaign in several newspapers backing the president's tariffs, vowing to continue building their cars in the United States. At our assembly plants, Michigan, Missouri, Kentucky, Ohio, tens of thousands of United Auto Worker members put their expertise and pride into assembling Ford F-Series trucks. In an era of complex supply chains, our commitment to the American workforce is unwavering. We believe the backbone of our economy is supported by American workers. Yeah, believe it or not, even the likes of CNN last week admitted that President Trump's tariffs on the auto industry had not decimated the automakers like The Economist and auto executives claimed would happen. Automakers were close to panic when the president announced plans for a 25% tariff on all imported vehicles, including those from Mexico and Canada, since all companies depend on imported parts to build at U.S. assembly plants, and almost all import from those neighboring countries. But it turned out not as bad as they feared. The president continued to reduce the worst of the duties. Almost immediately, General Motors and Ford, which had forecast billions in annual cost, have both reduced their assessments. GM trimmed their $5 billion estimate by $500 million last month. Ford cut their estimated tariff cost for 25 in half, from 2 to 1. Another claim repeated almost daily by the talking heads, but not founded in consumer price data, is that consumers would pay higher prices because of the tariffs. CNN admitted that the auto companies have not passed on the increased tariff cost to the consumer, at least not directly. I don't know, so much for the sky is falling.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog Heavy Duty Diesel diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
I know people who refuse to get on a cruise ship because they've seen the movies of the likes of Titanic or the Poseidon Adventure. I ain't much worried about the big ship sinking, but I guess over the weekend, passengers aboard a cruise on one of the shore excursions actually got to live through that nightmare. A catamaran carrying about 50 cruise passengers sinking in the waters off Samana Bay in the Dominican Republic after colliding with, well, they say, an object in the ocean. They don't know what they ran into, and they haven't divulged that. Yeah, all passengers and crew were safely rescued. The Dominican Republic Navy confirmed the 40-foot vessel, the Boca de Yuma, started taking on water after the collision and sank in a matter of minutes. Navy personnel acted quickly, working with nearby boats to pull passengers from the water. Photos shared by the Navy show rescuers assisting passengers, bringing them to safety. I guess the good thing, the lucky thing is in these sort of shore excursions, they're required to have the appropriate number of life vests and whatnot. And obviously they did, but looking at some of the photos, all these people out there in the water with the life vests, that's got to be scary. The rescue of the guests was the top priority and was successful, according to the cruise line, which TUI, I'm not sure who that is. The company said the vessel was approved to carry up to 80 passengers. Affected guests were offered support and compensation before choosing to continue the voyage. All right, in a translated statement, the Dominican Navy explained that after receiving an emergency alert, they provided support to ensure the safe return of all passengers to port. They do say several passengers sustained minor injuries, no serious injuries. They're yet to reveal what actually the catamaran struck. But everyone on board was accounted for, thanks to the actions of the crew, nearby boat operators, and the Dominican Navy. Scary. We're sinking. Good morning, Senor Heatwave. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just coming into Memphis here. Grabbing a load going to the West Coast. Yay. As far as the inspections go on these aircraft, all I can give you is my experience with the helicopters that I worked on. You have what they call rotary wing and fixed wing. And rotary wing aircraft, the ones that I worked on, had 150-hour flying time before they went to an inspection, or what they call a phase inspection. And that's where we brought the aircraft in. We had 2 weeks to pull the pieces apart off the aircraft, have them inspected, and replace if needed, or repair if needed, and then put it back together. There's a whole bunch of us working on the aircraft, and it's not just one system that we're looking at, but each inspection had certain sections of the aircraft that needed to be looked at. So in one inspection, it may be the avionics area where you had to have specialists come in. The next one might have been the hydraulics. Another one might have been something about the rotor head that needed to be checked out. So, it's inspection in phases. Then after about 600 flying hours, after they complete that much, then it would go into Corpus Christi Army Depot, and that's where that aircraft gets taken down, everything. It's basically tore down and rebuilt. Because they take a look at everything, the ribs that are inside, the rib. I mean, yeah, it looks like a skeleton. And then they put the skin back on and put everything back in. So, but for the bigger aircraft like that, I'm sure it's a little bit more than just a 2-week teardown. So, and I'll tell you what, I guess we're all right. I'm just seeing a whole bunch of truck traffic here on the service road, here off of the 40 and 55 split. I don't know what's going on, but that sure scares the hell out of me. So, anyways, we got one person on here that is lumping all leasing companies as bad. Do they realize that you have a leasing company that's sponsoring your show? I mean, I don't think Golden Eagle Enterprises would sacrifice their reputation for allowing a company to advertise on your show if it was detrimental to the drivers out there that want to lease.
Well, we had them. We had them on the program here a couple months ago. I don't know. Maybe he didn't catch that. This is totally, entirely different from a lease purchase program through a company. You're not leasing the truck from a company. You're leasing a truck, and then you sign on with the company you want to drive for. And the bigger premise of this lease is not to pay. The goal is not ultimately to pay off the lease. The goal is to keep you in a new truck. You lease the truck, you're in a brand new truck, and 3 years later you can turn that truck in, kind of like an auto lease. 3 years, you turn it in and get another brand new truck. So you can continue to pay on it and go on down the line if you want, but most, they say, opt. If you can stay under a warranty during the lease, you don't have to worry about any repairs or anything of that nature. Many drivers, they say, feel that's the way to go. They don't have to worry about that maintenance fund or a $5,000 repair bill on anything. You're under warranty all the time.
Oh, okay. Well, then I just totally misunderstood the premise of TEL then.
Now that is a lease program, but it's not per se like the big company lease purchase deals that are, a sucker's born every day with those programs, right? But I appreciate you bringing that up. Hold the thought there. Speaking of, TEL gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road, out of the shop. There it is. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned 3-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At the NTPA, we continue spotlighting our 2025 Grand National Champions. This week, one of the largest classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors. The machines that turn the smoke from the pipe from white to a tight jet black stream. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from NTPA HQ in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. Just like the other Grand National classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors had rain affect the 16-pole schedule. Both nights in Port Recovery were rained out, but that did not stop Colin Ross and Triple Bypass from getting a title. With a season of 20 hooks for Triple Bypass, having an average finish of second is beyond impressive. The season started in Hutchinson with 2 hooks for Colin, where he was 8th and 6th, not where you'd expect a future champ to start. Then came Toma, and that's where Triple Bypass started the march to the title. Hook 1 was a first for Colin, with hook 2 and 3 each getting second. By the time Triple Bypass loaded to leave Toma, Colin was in 4th in the Grand National points race. The 2 hooks in Chapel Hill were both on the podium, with a second and a first, and that first propelled Colin into the top of the points battle. After a rainout in Port Recovery, the Triple Bypass went to Rockwell, and it was pure domination for Colin. First, and then a stop in Napoleon, Ohio with another first. Moving to Poletown in mid-August, Colin took second twice, and during the final hook in Poletown, he struggled a bit, only earning 6th place points. Then the hauler headed west to Sandwich, Illinois, and Colin got back to his winning ways, picking up 2 wins. And this pretty much propelled Colin to the title, with a 4th and a first at Enderley to wrap up the season. Colin did have to work for the title, with Kent Payne keeping his Super Rooster closely in second for the 2025 season. Just to show how consistent Triple Bypass was in 2025, of the 20 hooks, Colin won 10 and finished in the top 5 17 of the 20 hooks. And he never finished lower than 10th in a field of 18 that ran for the title. Rounding out the top 10, coming in 3rd was Kyle Holland aboard Black Tornado Revived. 4th went to Travis Schlabach and Bone Twister. The Remedy and Mike Schultz and Doug Messinger took 5th. Taking 6th, Roger Peterson and Just Another One. In 7th was Steve Burge and Lock and Load. 8th went to Joe and Zach Deeganhart. In 9th, Brandon Hunt with Livin' a Dream. And rounding out the top 10 was Brad Campbell with Maybe. Keep up to date with the NTPA at ntpapoll.com. And you can watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern. It's never too late or too early to get geared up for 2026. You can shop online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hats, hoodies, and other collectibles are there now. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Where we leave off there? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right. Going after the drug cartels. Somebody brought that up a little bit earlier. It's got to be a frightening sight to see. A massive aircraft carrier offshore, the Navy's USS Gerald R. Ford and its strike group entered the U.S. Southern Command's area of responsibility this past day, marking a major redeployment of naval power here in the Western Hemisphere. The enhanced U.S. force presence to bolster U.S. capacity to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors and activities that compromise the safety and prosperity of the U.S. homeland, according to a Pentagon spokesperson this past day. So this assignment to the Southcom region, a pretty significant expansion of naval power, to say the least, in the Caribbean and South American region. Pete Hegseth ordered the carrier from the Mediterranean to Latin American waters back on October 24th to strengthen our counter-narcotics efforts and dismantle some of the transnational criminal organizations. The Ford, the Navy's newest aircraft carrier, left the Mediterranean in early November, transiting the Strait of Gibraltar before heading west. Once in theater, the strike group joins the naval assets already deployed, creating one of what they describe as the largest concentrations of maritime force in Southcom's waters. While the mission's official focus is drug interdiction and maritime security, defense analysts say the deployment sends a broader message of deterrence to adversarial states and criminal networks. One expert noted that such a high-end naval asset projects a deterrence as much as it conducts interdiction. This carrier's arrival raises the U.S. maritime profile, intensifying the tempo, the scale of operations alongside their air and surface platforms that are already there. They did not provide exact dates or locations, obviously, of the Ford's arrival. That's operational security. But confirmed it is operating in Southcom's designated area. As we combat the drug smuggling routes from Venezuela and other countries there in the Caribbean basin, claiming the enhanced naval presence will support detection, interdiction, and, as we said, dismantling organized trafficking operations there. So a lot of things can be accomplished with that, but yeah, big time. See if Eagle's on board, or is he? Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, we got you. What's
yeah,
going on?
I got yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, man. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. First I want to talk about the situation with these, because I was hearing, I told you last week I was going to find out some more information about this man in New York City, the new mayor, and I've been looking over the last couple of days. And like I told you, I don't like what I see. I don't like what I see about this guy's past, Steve. It's not good what this guy is all about. My advice to people, and like I told you before, and a lot of other people, my advice to anybody in New York City that's got money, especially the wealthy and people that's making above average money, and get the hell out of New York. This man's gonna try to rob you blind. He's gonna try to tax the hell out of you. And like I said, that philosophy he has, Steve, has never worked. Socialist, communist, whatever the hell you want to call it, has never worked. We discussed that last week. In every country they tried to implement that in, that type of government has been a total failure. You can go to, remember in Venezuela, Steve, I heard it got so bad you were talking about the money was basically worthless in Venezuela, was once one of the richest countries in the world.
Yep.
I remember seeing a video, you might have heard about that, where people were so desperate in Venezuela they had to let the damn animals out of the zoo because they couldn't feed them, and then they said people were eating. I actually saw a video, Steve. It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. People were eating out of the back of a trash truck, a garbage truck. That's how bad it is in Venezuela. People got to eat trash out of the back of a trash vehicle, and that's the scenario with New York City, Steve. This is really disgusting that the biggest city in the United States of America could be run by a man like that. It's really sad. And like I said, this guy here, he doesn't respect women. You know, like I said, all this thing that he's putting on a good face on the outside, but if you turn him around the other way, you'll see a totally different individual. And that philosophy, like I said before, Steve, taking money from the rich and giving to the poor is not going to work. That's a losing cause every time. And because it's empty promises, all you got is a bunch of ignorant college punks. You know, I asked you a couple of weeks ago who voted for this guy, and come to find out, a lot of people didn't even show up. A lot of people didn't even show up to vote because neither candidate would deserve to be there to begin with. Cuomo or him. Neither one, like I told you that before they even had the election. Out of all millions of people that live in New York City, and they couldn't come up with nobody better than them two, that was the first mistake they made right there. And then they made the ultimate mistake when they voted him. And like I said, it's just a bunch of college punks that want something for free. I told you about this group of individuals we got in right now, Steve. It's these 18 to 20-year-olds and that 20 to 30. These are some of the biggest losers that the United States has ever produced in the history of this country. That's right. That's why I said that, and I mean every word I said, because those people think that they are owed something. They think that the government owes them something, that they get a handout for food, clothing, cars, whatever. They don't want to work for nothing. They would rather they don't have no pride in themselves like me and you. I have pride in myself. I like to work. I like earning my money the right way. I don't want Uncle Sam to give me a handout, put a check in my mailbox or give me a SNAP card. I would be embarrassed. If I had a SNAP card, Steve, I would go late at night and do my shopping because I wouldn't want nobody to see me slide that card in that machine because I'd be embarrassed to use that thing. It would show me that I'm nothing but a burden on this country. So, like I said before, these people are disgusted, and it's going to turn out they're not going to get nothing from that guy. All the freebies this guy's talking about, they're going to end up with absolutely zero. It's going to be he's nothing but a Barack Obama wannabe, a Joe Biden wannabe, whatever you want to call him. They promise you things, they never give you anything. So there's people that get exactly what they deserve. And just like I told you last week, Steve, I told you when they said that there was people going to be running the hell out of New York, coming to Texas and Florida. I told you that. Don't come to Texas because we don't want you, especially if you voted for that guy. Now let me move on to another subject because I'm aggravated about that guy and I'm tired of talking about it. Let me talk about the situation with the airport, the airports in America. So hopefully this government stalemate will come to an end, and the next day, tomorrow, Trump will sign the papers or whatever he got to do, and by Friday we can end this thing. Because a lot of people have been inconvenienced. And, speaking of that, on Veterans Day, thank all the veterans for their sacrifices, for what they did to make America great and to keep America on the number one nation in the world. But like I said, Steve, the ultimate insult is the military. They should have, if anybody deserves to get paid during this government shutdown, it was the military. No man in the military that's fighting for this country, whether he's halfway around the world, in Vietnam, China, or Russia, wherever the hell he at. Every American soldier deserves to have his pay, no matter what. He deserves his pay before anybody else deserves their pay. Anybody who puts their life on the line, and the United States government, the people that got a stalemate ought to be ashamed of themselves to ask the military man to go without money when he's putting his life on the line. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. I think we mentioned the other night that as far as the people that are exiting New York, it's not the people that voted for that guy, as you call him, Mamdani. The people exiting are the ones that fear everything you were talking about. The decrease in safety, disruption. I mean, if I understand, Mamdani's goal is if you have a call like for a domestic dispute sort of thing, which many times when law enforcement arrives, those are the ones that could potentially end up bad, violence. He wants to send somebody out there, let's talk about things. I guess he wants to send the psychologist out. Let's talk with the deranged individual. I mean, it's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's all I can tell you. All right, so I guess this past evening we got to the latest, week number 2 of the college football playoff rankings. All right, according to the Sports College, did the committee get it right is the question. They're showing Ohio State, obviously, at number 1. There's Indiana, number 2. Texas A&M, followed by Alabama and Georgia. There's top 5. Texas Tech, Ole Miss 7th, Oregon 8th, Notre Dame 9, and Hook 'em Horns, Texas at number 10. I guess it sounds about right to me. UC, after their loss the previous week, they had a bye week over the past weekend. They're down to 25 in the rankings. And I guess Grump and Ed were kind of explaining if they were to win out and play that, be the Big 12 champ, they could sneak their way up to a possibility of getting into the playoffs. So, actually, obviously, we'll get our full breakdown, our prognostications, and the perspective of the analysts coming up here Friday morning, just around the corner. Be here before you know it. Yeah, all right, clear lines, 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You know, as many times as we've talked about term limits over the years, being elected as a House or Senate member, it was never intended by the Founding Fathers to be your lifetime career, right? And I find it honorable to see a representative that admits that. We're talking a top member of the House Republican leadership from Texas, not going to seek another term. It's Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington, who's 53 years old, said this is going to be his last term, first elected in 2016. So, 10 years, that's enough, right? He says, quote, "I have a firm conviction, much like our founders did, that public service is a lifetime commitment, but public office is and should be a temporary stint in stewardship, not a career. I said this year's passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill for him was a career highlight. It was a very unique, generational impact opportunity to be almost 10 years into this and have the budget chairmanship and lead the charge to successfully pass that, helping the president fulfill his mandate from the people. He said, to me, it just seems like a good, right place to leave it. Now, he said, increasing the awareness in Congress of the needs of rural Americans stands as his top achievement. I'm from a rural district, and I can tell you, raising the profile among urban and suburban members as to the unique challenges of rural America, food security, energy independence, how much the nation depends on these plowboys and cowboys in the rural areas. It's another thing I'm very proud of. I said he knows that President Trump and other Republicans will continue his quest to reduce national debt. President talks about it all the time. He's actually doing something about it with very difficult decisions. Not politically popular decisions, but this is all about political will. How about that? All right. I don't know where the Senate Republicans are. I don't know where the president is and can't speak for the White House. But the House is at the ready. Growing number of issues out there. But, yeah, I think that's a fair stint. Last time we talked about it, I think we were along the lines, you can't just make it like one and done. 3 years in and you're out 4 years. When you get into D.C., in most cases, and you can ask any newbie that goes into D.C., when you get into the swamp, it takes a couple years to even learn the ins and outs of how things work. And until you know how things go, you're not really going to be able to get anything accomplished. So once you get a few years under your belt, then you can actually do some things. You be leadership on some of those committees and whatnot. But yeah, this 47, 50 years of service stuff, it was never intended to be that way. So tip of the hat to our budget chair there out of Texas. Hopefully, whatever his next career opportunities come his way, he's very successful, as he should be. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tell gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tell360.com to learn more.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. The bill funds SNAP through next September and keeps most of the government running through January 30th. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned 3-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is pushing back on President Trump's notion that she lost her way.
The president's criticism comes as Greene's public disapproval of the GOP on multiple issues, including Affordable Care Act, subsidy extensions, and the Epstein files, has grown more frequent. Greene defended herself, asserting that she has not lost her way, and she added that she is 100% America first and only. She also pushed her America first agenda with a post on X calling for nonstop meetings at the White House on domestic policy, not foreign policy, and foreign countries' leaders. I'm Jim Roop.
A transgender TSA officer, identified as 34-year-old Danielle Mitterreader, has filed a lawsuit against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, alleging the officer was barred from performing passenger pat-downs under President Trump's executive order defining sex as biological. The suit claims the policy prevents job duties from being completed and violates civil rights protections. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
We don't want any part of a government that won't give us a voice.
A Republican state lawmaker is proposing a new plan to split California into two.
State Assemblyman James Gallagher of East Nicholas first introduced the resolution in August. He brought it up to the Shasta County Board of Supervisors on November 6th, 2 days after the Democrat-backed Proposition 50 passed. Gallagher's proposal calls for creating a new state comprised of 35 inland counties, including most of Northern California, the Sierra Nevada, the Central Valley, and the Inland Empire. Shasta County would be part of the new state. Many of the counties included in the proposed new state voted no on Proposition 50. I'm Daniel Martindale.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is under scrutiny as police have been called more than 24 times to 2 of her homes, including one occupied by her fugitive grandniece. The calls range from domestic issues to vandalism amid her ongoing mortgage fraud indictment. James calls the case a weaponized justice system. Former President Barack Obama surprised a group of World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans on an honor flight to Washington, D.C.
I wanted to stop by and just say thank you for your extraordinary service to you, your family. The sacrifices that all of you made to protect our country is something that will always be honored.
Speaking over the plane's intercom, he thanked them for their service, shook some hands, and presented each with a presidential challenge coin as they arrived at Reagan International Airport. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. One more time around, as they say, final hour. Midweek coming on, 12th day of November. And of course, well, midweek. For some of us, it's, what do you call it, a manic Monday. Hello, Brain Dead.
Well, good morning, Steve-O. Did you have a good weekend, I take it?
I did indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
So how many skull busters did you go to get all the Christmas decorations down?
Haven't got into that yet, brother. I don't think we've got the Halloween decorations put back in the shed yet.
Slacker. Yeah, my Sunday was kind of interesting because working the yard, we have the option to go out. So Sunday morning, I hadn't been that long on the mule or hostler, whatever you want to call it, and they say, hey, you want to go do a city run? No, I'm not going to do it. Sorry. They pass it on to somebody else. About an hour or so later, they come back and they say, hey, you want to run to Savannah, Tennessee and Paris, Tennessee. Okay, cool. Gets me away from here for a good day. So that's where I went. And I tell you this, if you're a fisherman, if you like to go fish, Pickwick Dam is one of the best places to go fish, in my opinion, because you're right there at the Tennessee River Lock. So if you like to go fish, go check it out. Savannah's a really neat town. It won't cost you an arm and a leg at all. So, but no, Steve, did I just hear Eagle correctly say that all 18 to 30-year-olds are losers? And they all voted for this dude? Did I hear this guy right?
Well, I mean, did he say all? I mean, that was the primary category of voters that voted for Mamdani, but not all of them, obviously.
No. And saying all 18 to 30-year-olds are losers and, are worthless and don't have a job and live at home with mom, obviously he's been living under that rock again. Because it's nice to get out here and stereotype people, It's nice to get out here and say all truck drivers are hopped up on dope that chase lot lizards around and run cars off the side of the road, even though the 1% makes the other 99 look bad. I mean, there are several of the 18 to 30-year-olds that are actually gone to college. I don't think they're liberal and indoctrinated because that's a total different subject. But have bettered themselves, that are getting a job, that are not living with mom and dad. They're actually have their head on straight or whatever.
Right.
But not every one of them is losers.
All you got to do,
know who
all
they
you
are.
got to do is look at the Turning Point USA events around the country, and that age group describes most of the people that are showing up for those events.
But true, but there were also some that were over 30 or
Sure.
30 or over 30 that were also going to these events too. And, just because you set up at a college campus, that doesn't mean to me squat. Set up at like a convention center or somewhere else and get a broader general slice of the population. Same thing. I mean, there's some of these kids that they don't care for politics. They're done with politics. And see, we've known each other for many, 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 many years. And I'm not political by nature. In fact, I could care less for politics, quite frankly. So, I mean, does that make me a loser? Does that make me, that way? I mean, hell, I was driving truck at 21 years old. So does that make me a loser? I mean, you're still lumping everybody into that category. Okay? So, but switching gears here, have you seen the finalists for the Baseball Hall of Fame, Steve?
That I have not.
You need to go look it up because there's a couple good players on there that if I had a chance to vote for, I would definitely have my vote, and that's Don Mattingly and Dale Murphy. They were really good players back in the mid to late 80s. I think Dale Murphy went back into the late 70s and into the mid to late 80s. They were very phenomenal players, in my opinion, and they deserve to be in the Hall of Fame regardless because of what they did. I think Gary Sheffield's another one, very good power hitter. You'll just have to go see the list to see who you'd vote for because those two are the ones that stand out to me. So, but Steve, I'm going to flip over to NASCAR here real quick. I imagine you have not heard about the latest turmoil at 2311 Racing.
Now that we've got kind of to the off season, I haven't really done any looking at NASCAR at all. No, what's going on now?
Well, the trial is coming up for their lawsuit with NASCAR, and they're claiming that NASCAR is a monopoly. And when you put facts and figures together, you can sort of see where their argument is coming from. Because in the other sports, now baseball, basketball, football, etc., the revenue sharing is 50%. And when you go back and look at it, NASCAR is only giving these teams 10%. So what they're proposing is the teams are now going to get 25% of that revenue share because it costs 2311 $60 million to run this year, even though they're getting $10 million per team. That's $30 million. So realistically, they've got to scrape up the other $30 million. And I know, and the rest of the world knows, getting sponsorship these days is nearly impossible to come by because the advertising budgets are no longer there. Well, someone has released a inner office email from the CFO stating that Denny Hamlin does not need to be any part of this. While they're not saying he's not a good driver, do not get me wrong. They're just saying he wants to throw money like it's, somebody at a strip club, you know what I'm saying, just make it rain $100 bills like P. Diddy, and doesn't really care about the money. And, okay, you've got to spend money to make money, and NASCAR's a losing proposition altogether. So, realistically, obviously this guy doesn't really have a clue as to what's going on, and what Jordan and Hamlin and Front Row are putting together to try to help change some of this, to help the teams make money, Steve. But, had a really good, interesting day today, Steve, or yesterday today, Steve.
Yeah.
Me and the old dingy one there, she was off today because that holiday, Veterans Day holiday. So we decided to go out for lunch. And I ran into an old buddy of mine I hadn't talked to or seen to in quite a while. And he's dating him a new girl, Steve. Dating him a new woman who's got 5 kids. 5. So I sat there and said, well, what's their names? She said, well, this one is Helen, this one is Helen, this one is Helen, this one is Helen, this one is Helen. I said, well, wait a minute. They're all named Helen. They're all girls. They're all named Helen. So what would you do if you needed just one of them? His girlfriend spoke up and said, I just call them by their last name. Bye to me.
There you go. They all got different daddies, huh? That's a good one, Brain Dead. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. Back in 2018, President Trump signed into law bills that disqualified an individual from receiving a CDL if they were convicted of human trafficking. Now there's a new bill in the Senate that would make the disqualification apply to other transportation licenses. Specifically, there's a bipartisan effort that would permanently prohibit the offenders from holding any professional transportation license issued by the Department of Transportation or the Department of Homeland Security. It's called the Traffic Act, the Trafficker Restrictions for Aviations, Federal Freight, and Interstate Carriers Act. Introduced by Marsha Blackburn and Catherine Cortez Masto. Human trafficking, one of the fastest growing illicit industries, and anyone convicted of these despicable offenses should be permanently barred from holding a federally issued transportation license. Our Traffic Act would strengthen federal law to better prevent and combat human trafficking and expand protections for vulnerable individuals. This is Senate Bill 3110 that would close the existing gaps and include lifetime bans for all federally regulated transportation credentials. In addition to commercial truck drivers, the ban would apply to such professions as locomotive conductor, pilot, merchant marine. This is endorsed by the American Railroads and the American Trucking Associations. Back in 2018, it was the No Human Trafficking on Our Roads Act that was signed into law. That, at the time, was introduced by Senator John Thune. Disqualified individuals from having a CDL if they committed a felony involving a severe form of human trafficking. All right, 2019, the FMCSA announced a final rule that permanently banned drivers convicted of human trafficking from ever operating a commercial motor vehicle again. All right, 844-844-3388. Jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
You know, all the talk about the air travel delays, air traffic controllers, the stress, not being paid, having to report to work anyway, taking side jobs, all that discussion. I couldn't help but laugh. Former DOT Secretary Pete Buttigieg decided to weigh in on this. Probably should have just sat this one out, as they say. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, along with a retired air traffic controller, absolutely demolished Pete Buttigieg for his shameless attack on President Trump's no-nonsense demand that air traffic controllers end their walkout, return to your posts. Yeah, all air traffic controllers, he said, must get back to work. Now, anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. Yeah, for those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take time off for the Democrat shutdown, I'll be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. Now, for those who did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they were going to get paid in full shortly into the future, I'm not happy with you, he said. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democrat attack that was only meant to hurt the country. You're actually going to be a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. If you want to leave service in the near future, please don't hesitate to do so, with no payment or severance of any kind. He was pretty to the point with them. You will be quickly replaced by true patriots who will do a better job on the brand new state-of-the-art equipment, the best in the world, that we're in the process of ordering. The last administration wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. They had no idea what they were doing. All right, again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send your money fast enough. To all the others, report to work immediately. God bless America. That was a post from of course, President Trump. Now here comes Pete Buttigieg, who was the absentee former transportation secretary, a tenure that was a disaster, to say the least, of epic proportions, marked by supply chain collapses, endless train derailments, a complete failure to modernize our infrastructure. Old Buttigieg takes to X, who says, quote, the president wouldn't last 5 minutes as an air traffic controller. And after everything they've been through and the way this administration has treated them from day one, he has no business crapping on them now. Secretary Sean Duffy, the true conservative warrior who's been tirelessly cleaning up the mess left behind by Buttigieg and Biden's clown show, he wasn't having any of it. Duffy, who has spent his days at the DOT fixing the neglect, the incompetence of the previous administration, snapped back hard, stating, quote, give me a break. You were basically AWOL at the DOT. I spend my whole day dealing with your neglect and cleaning up your messes. Sit this one out. But the real gut punch was from Joni Scott, who was a retired air traffic controller, 34 years of frontline experience, who literally eviscerated Buttigieg. Also taking to X, saying, quote, I worked under your FAA, Pete Buttigieg, and after 34 years, mostly as an air traffic controller, I retired because of how you and the Biden administration, to use your words, shish kebabbed on every employee at the FAA and ruined a once fine agency. You allowed men into my office bathroom. I had to work with and for people that you hired and promoted because of the color of their skin or who they had sex with, who were wholly, completely unqualified for the job. You forced me to inject an experimental, dangerous drug into my body in order to keep my job and my paycheck. As for what the current ATCs have been through, that's air traffic controllers, every single one of them is eligible for an interest-free loan program with their credit unions during every government shutdown. I don't think I ever heard that once in any of the discussions about these air traffic controllers. Had you heard that? Yeah, they're eligible for an interest-free, borrow $1,000, borrow $5,000, whatever it takes to get you through. You're going to get your pay. Just, it's available. Also, she said they can withdraw from their TSP accounts. Every FAA employee knows these are both well-established common practices during shutdowns. So, honestly, the only ones not coming to work are the ones making a political statement. President Trump is right to call them out. You, sir, referencing Buttigieg, can sit down and shut up. Yeah, but again, through this entire ordeal, I had no idea. Every single one of them eligible for an interest-free loan program with their credit union. So, okay, so that's set up, she said, obviously, for in the event of just these sort of circumstances. You got to shut down, we'll get you through. Come on, you just keep working. Use that loan, pay your bills. You get your back pay, whether it's a week, whether it's a month, whether it's 2 months, when it's all resolved. Wow. All right, Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate passed a bipartisan spending bill to end the record government shutdown, with 8 Democrats joining Republicans. The House could vote tomorrow to reopen federal agencies, with President Trump backing that measure. Sean Diddy Combs could face consequences for prison flubs, including an unsanctioned three-way phone call.
The New York Daily News is reporting officials at FCI Fort Dix want to cancel the Bad Boy founder's commissary and phone privileges for 3 months. This after they discovered Diddy in a multi-party phone call earlier this month. The rapper said he didn't know that wasn't allowed. And last week, Diddy was reportedly caught with homemade booze behind bars. The 56-year-old is serving 4 years in prison after being convicted in New York last summer of transportation to engage in prostitution. Diddy's in a drug rehab program that could shave a year off his sentence. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
right, back at it here. So, get through hump day, and then it's all rolling toward the weekend, right? It'll be here before you know it. Now, let me jump a couple of other industry headlines. For some owner-operators out there, or small trucking companies, a single act of cargo theft can actually cost you your entire business. The issue of cargo theft, as we know, has seen historic heights over the past few years. Multiple industry insiders reporting record-breaking levels of theft quarter after quarter. And according to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, it's not slowing down. They're predicting a 22% increase in cargo theft losses for this year over last. Problem has grown to proportions that are finally garnering the attention of lawmakers. Back in September, the DOT actually published a request for information asking industry stakeholders how can we protect the supply chain from cargo theft. In that request, they asked for feedback on a number of factors, including significant risk for theft, the best practices or technologies to reduce. OOIDA posted their comments on October the 20th. They noted several contributing factors to the recent rise in theft, including increased fraud risk of the use of advanced technology by bad actors and the simple lack of federal oversight. While a recent report published by the American Transportation Research Institute estimates cargo theft could cost the industry as much as $6.6 billion annually, OOIDA said the trucking industry is not alone in feeling the impacts. The full impact on the economy and the American people, it's difficult to assess because those losses extend beyond the cost of stolen goods. Undoubtedly, this contributes to higher consumer prices. Shippers and receivers alike look to recoup their losses with the remaining products. The DOT asked respondents to rank the challenge that cargo theft poses for the industry on a scale of 1 to 5. OOIDA ranked it as a 5, a very serious challenge. The most significant cargo theft risks, they pointed out, is double brokering and or the theft of a carrier's identity as two of the main culprits. Most all small business truckers acquire loads from brokers or load boards. As shippers have become less likely to work directly with small carriers, reliance on the load boards has increased dramatically over the years among the owner-operators. Unfortunately, those platforms have at the same time become the fertile ground for the bad actors. They say very little's being done to address the issue of fraudulent brokers. The lack of oversight has created an environment where these actors can thrive with little fear of being caught or punished for their crimes. Of course, the impact can be detrimental to small trucking businesses. So said they are both the most vulnerable to fraud and the least likely to be able to recover from an incident. For small businesses, the margins are razor thin. Very little room for error. They said several of their members had lost their entire business after a single case of freight fraud. While the larger carriers are better equipped to absorb the cost of fraud, it just takes a single occurrence to ruin that small business. They made several recommendations to the Department of Transportation. OOIDA argues the lack of response historically from the FMCSA to reports has discouraged some truckers from actually using their database, their consumer complaint database, which in turn contributes to a lack of understanding of the scope of the problem. We hope some of the recent updates that have occurred with that database will help make it more of a viable resource for truckers. Again, they have recently updated that at the FMCSA. Is there any correlation between some of these small business operations going under? The growing list of bankruptcies has caught up a significant new participant from the freight tech part of the business. A company known as, is it Zum? Z-U-U-M. Zum, I'm assuming. Not like Zoom. This startup business has been operating since 2021. They filed Chapter 11 in the bankruptcy court for the Central District of California late last week. Their petition with the court listing assets between $10 and $50 million, liabilities for the same amount. Company's top 20 unsecured creditors listing brokers for 19 of the 20 slots. All right, Zum offered multiple services, a TMS for both shippers and carriers, software for brokers, an app for drivers that connects with their primary product, which was the logistics super platform. These tools, they say, enable customers to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of their logistics operations while automating the transportation networks. So they had a vision. According to the company's website, Zum's latest two financing rounds were in the amounts of $12.58 million October of 21, $22 million in February of this year. Somehow they're burning through money. The co-founder and CEO listed as Mustafa Azizi. Meanwhile, a trip through the PACER systems of other logistics-related bankruptcy filings over the last 2 weeks revealed mostly the small carriers are filing for protection. Supra Transport out of Springboro, Ohio, 2 power units listed with them. Burton Transport out of Kansas City, 1 power unit. CDR Trans, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, 2 power units. And Had Not Logistics out of Rockwall, Texas, another 2 power units. Small businesses, owner-operators, primarily. All right, see what Vic has going on here on Wednesday, Hump Day. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning there. You were mentioning all that economic problems they're having, and that kind of plays into all these shutdowns and everything else that's going on. It doesn't take much to put these small businesses out of business, and whenever a lot of these people weren't drawing paychecks or government employees, you know how it is, or it used to be, I guess it still is. If you're late on one credit card, then everybody says they need to raise the rate. Mm-hmm. And the insurance companies, then they say, well, we need to increase your rate. And frankly, Steve, I think there's 2 problems here on this Obamacare thing. It just keeps coming up. And if you look up at all the taxes that were associated with that, they were even taxing Medicare on that. And all of that was repealed somewhere along the line, 2016, 2017. But I think that's why Roberts concluded that Obamacare was actually a tax. And I don't think that the Democrats, after working so hard to create this problem so they thought they could get their people in the midterms, I really don't think they want to discuss this. And that's why now they're out there saying, we want to block opening the government. So it's, pretty late in the program there. Mm-hmm. But I believe if you look at the taxes that were associated with that, I can't believe that the Congress, the Democrats in Congress, really want to continue this shutdown, because not only with the economic pain that's going on, transportation is a national defense program. I mean, take like our merchant marine that depends heavily on the civilian marine fleet, like the towboats, the tugboats, and all of that. And that's just one example. And if you recall, airlines got some type of big, I forget what it was, but there was something to do with keeping them in business one time, and the government gave them a grant. It was just a few years back that they did that. So with all the I guess you'd have to say that the vulnerabilities that this creates for the traveling public, and we know we have terrorists out there, or just people wanting to mess up the works one way or another. I can't believe they'd be borrowing more problems. But the big thing is, I've been wore out the last few days. I don't know what, and I haven't really looked that up, and I've seen it, your program's coming about to an end, so I can't give you definite details. But if you look at you go back and look in the original Affordable Care Act, all the taxes that was associated with that. I know Robert's got a lot of grief for declaring it a tax bill, but it did look almost like a tax bill. And I think all those taxes have since taken off of that Obamacare. And then the other thing is the almighty dollar. These insurance companies, health insurance companies, they kick big money back into Democrat campaigns, and the insurance companies are getting rich off of that Affordable Care Act. And the medical care just keeps suffering. And real quick, I didn't realize till I had my surgery, but once you get past 75, that anesthesia stuff they give you somehow affects you. And most hospitals give spinal blocks, or are supposed to. So, and definitely past 85. So I'll just throw that out there. And I don't know if hospitals trying to make more money because anesthesia is more expensive than a spinal block or what. But if you keep taking that anesthesia, if you get past a certain age, it'll even give you some digestive problems. So that's just one example I can throw out there real quick as to the way that the Affordable Care Act has actually downgraded medical care. And I'll get off here because I know we're coming up on the end there. So,
thank you much, Vic. Appreciate you chiming in. Thanks for the update. All right, what else in the mix? Real quick, it's 844-844-3388. So we have another scenario. We've got astronauts, not U.S., but Chinese astronauts. You're kind of stuck in space right now. China's decision to delay the return of the Shenzhou 20 astronauts from their space station due to a possible space debris impact has led to yet another stranded in space state of affairs. It's also sparking discussions of space rescue planning, or I guess they'd say the lack thereof. That trio of Chinese astronauts have been orbiting Earth for more than 6 months. Prior to the landing delay, the trio had handed over operation of the space station to the newly arrived Shenzhou 21 crew, due to return back to Earth under parachute here on November the 5th. But the China Manned Space Agency announced the landing wave-off the same day, stating the crew's spacecraft, they said, is suspected of being struck by small space debris. Impact analysis and risk assessment are underway. Now, they provided a brief on the status of the crew yesterday, stating that following the postponement of the spacecraft return, the project team, adhering to the principles life first, safety first, immediately activated emergency plans, and that all work is progressing steadily and according to plan. They don't tell you much. They did not elaborate on what specific issue that craft encountered or where the problem lies. Some speculation revolves around a possible launch, if needed, of an uncrewed Shenzhou 22 spacecraft as a replacement vehicle for the damaged one. In light of details provided by China's space agency, experts kind of wondering what the state of the relief efforts might be, but there's not really a lot of communication coming out of those guys. I wonder out loud why they would not be more forthcoming about specifics. According to one orbital debris specialist, a group dedicated to space domain awareness, he observes the Chinese are not usually forthcoming about anything where they would lose face, as they say. But technically, we are all now citizens of the space environment, and a lack of communication about these events really hurts everyone. The space debris experts been trying to tally debris impact events in low Earth orbit for years now, especially those that cause mission-degrading or mission-terminating effects. All right, 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
James, good morning. I see you sent me an email here a little bit earlier, about an hour ago. I haven't even opened the story yet, but just the headline, which is comical in itself. He said, "We're not making this up." It's a video link of Jasmine Crockett warning us that President Trump could use Dominion voting machines to rig an election or rig the midterm elections? Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, wait a minute, Jasmine. The Democrat Party as a whole. For how many years have they been gaslighting anyone in the Republican Party trying to say that these voting machines can be rigged? They said it's not possible. So, which is it there, Jasmine? I'll check out the rest of the video here coming up when we wrap things up here in a few minutes. But okay, so is that where you unintentionally actually speak the truth? I didn't mean to say that. No, I take that back. You can't rig the voting machines. I think we all know the truth, but for what it's worth, yeah, anyone making accusations of that nature, some have been fined millions of dollars for even suggesting such a thing. I don't know. Are they going to sue Jasmine Crockett? How about that? Meanwhile, real quick, the Women in Trucking Association, they've got their annual gathering going on. They've named Dee Dee Cox, who is Vice President of Human Resources at Old Dominion Freight Line, as the recipient of the 2025 Influential Women in Trucking Award. Congratulations, recognizing the achievements of female role models and trailblazers in the trucking industry. Announced at their Women in Trucking Accelerate Conference and Expo that's going on in Dallas right now. I guess that announcement was made this past day. Dee Dee's leadership exemplifies the spirit of this award. Jennifer Hedrick, President and CEO of Women in Trucking. Her dedication to professional development, inclusion, and a positive workplace reflects the best of what this award celebrates. So, honored to recognize her contributions in the advancement of women in trucking. Cox was announced as winner following a panel discussion entitled Becoming an Influential Women in Trucking. Panelists, including her and the other 2025 awards finalists, which there were several others, honored to celebrate the incredible achievements, they said, of Dee Dee and all of this year's finalists. 30 years of experience in human resources, organizational development. She's worked in a variety of industries, textiles, flooring, transportation, both here in the U.S. and abroad. As Vice President of Human Resources Development at OD, overseeing talent acquisition, employee relations, leadership development. So congratulations first to Dee Dee and all the others, all the finalists there, as hopefully you're enjoying your Women in Trucking gathering there, Dallas, Texas. We'll close it out there on a Wednesday. Safe travels. Hope to see you back tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but